fighting with each other plans or imaginary plans. So maybe white never wanted to take on e6, but you still first go rook e8 to play bishop e6 and so on. Right, and then at some point it gets interesting, and also they are getting low on time. That's where all the excitement comes.
That's very true. But I have to also take a look at this 18-move game of theory thus far with Sam Shankland versus Bashir Lekov.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go straight up there. MVL with white, obviously seeking a revenge after yesterday's, what I've coined, opening catastrophe. It was in a way, right? It was in a way. So maybe today he'll be luckier. Yeah, MVL and Shankland, let's see if we have a camera on the guys, and then we can switch there. MVL Shankland, same as Predke and Wesley, so those are the players in Pool C, right? Where Predke, Alexander Predke, the lowest rated player, is so far the sole leader. Well, I'm saying lowest rated player, but that's like difference between his rating and Wesley Saw's rating is only 90 points, like a first and last. So it's not all that impactful, I must say. Yeah, so far we are not switched to this. We have what, Nakamura on a camera. What's that? Is it Nakamura Esipenko? I bet it is. Yeah. I bet it is.
It's so small, and I need to wear my glasses. So
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. So the thing is,
I guess that is the most. Sorry, it's a most simplified position thus far, and both players are playing. Of course, the line is rather familiar, but to the extent
which
not
one?
so much.
Washiela Graf, you mean?
Yes,
I'm just waiting for the chance to switch to this game because I'm also curious to see what happens there.
That's great. So this time around, do you have control over which games we take a look at too?
Not really. Okay, but now it works. Yeah, now it works. Whoa. Not so fast, guys. Not so fast. It's an endgame. It's Berlin endgame, to tell you more. And it's the line, obviously, one of the topical lines, or used to be topical lines. Yeah, basically it's all I don't know. I mean, if I have to explain, or if I'm allowed, if I'm qualified to explain what this all means. Berlin is knight f6, obviously, right? The Berlin defense, the Berlin wall, as they were calling it, after Kramnik was very successful in his match against Garry Kasparov. And it all basically starts here. Right, so anything that does not reach this position has to be named anti-Berlin, like rook e1 lines, d3 lines, whatever. So this is the real thing. And here you have quite a few options with white. And to me, it's still somewhat confusing, like you can play knight c3, h3, or rook d1 check. Okay, those are kind of the main things. And I'm still quite confused on which is which, sort of. Yeah, it's just that it's constantly jumps to the final position. I don't know what to do about that. Let me confess. So after h3, I think the point, there was some subtle point. So if you start, what I remember, if you start with rook d1, bishop d7 is bad. Bishop d7 is bad because
of knight g5?
No. I think you go in some order. You go g4, you go e6, and you go knight e5, and then the bishop is attacked, and also knight f7 is a threat. So that's I mean, this tactic kind of works. So after check, you can force black to play this setup with the king on e8. And there is nothing too bad for black. And moreover, if black was to choose to play with king on e8, and there are some people like that, ideally, your setup with the rooks, with white, would be this rook here. So afterwards, right, when you develop the knight, develop the bishop, you want rook a to d1, and then rook f to e1.
So you have to
oppose the
spend some
king.
time to achieve this sort of setup.
Yeah, you'll
and
develop.
Black can also castle
No, Black
in some way.
cannot castle, really.
Okay, self-castle, like
you
castle
mean
by
that,
hand.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
There were funny stories about that, by the way. That some people, like, you know, not intentionally, but they were sort of cheating in over the board. But you know, I mean, the game goes on. The king is on e8, and at some point you look at it and okay, I'll castle long. Seems such a nice move. Yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah, it's not possible. Anyway, so it was bishop d7, rook d1, kind of once again the same threat, g4, e6, 95, sort of. But any decent move basically protects against it, interestingly. So two moves, knight c8, king c8, king e8. So king e8 is still possible, but king c8 was played, and that's kind of the original idea of Vladimir Kramnik, I believe. Bishop d7, king c8 is what he was playing against Garry Kasparov. And then once again, you have quite a few setups with white, g4 being the most kind of straightforward, the most aggressive. g4, knight g5, attack the pawn, right? Go f4, and basically what you want this formation. Pawns on f5 and e5, a lot of space, right? You have the majority on the king side, so why not just push it forward?
Yeah, the king and pawns are definitely practicing that social distancing.
Yeah. f5, swap here, knight goes to e6, there is a little threat of rook d8.
Beautiful.
Yeah, bishop d7, capture on f8, and f5 is a very, very important move. So basically what you want is to keep those pawns like that. Black goes h5, you go king f2 to be able to protect the pawn on g4 with king f3, right? And if, let's say, something like this happens, and then black says, okay, I failed, so let me just make moves. I mean, if white consolidates, sort of, he's much better. I mean, so much better that I want to claim white is winning, seriously. I mean, those two pawns are restricting black pieces very much. And also, the f6 pawn is a potential target. Just imagine the knight's getting there, I don't know, bishop getting on a long diagonal. So, and in terms of protecting it, the light square bishop is absolutely useless. So therefore...
Yeah, do you think there are any drawish tendencies in a position like this where opposite color bishops... I mean, sometimes opposite color bishops could mean attacking chances rather than just drawish tendencies.
Absolutely. I mean, if you get there, if white keeps this pawn formation, it's actually bad that black has the light square bishop instead of dark square bishop. So at least he would have been able to protect the f6 pawn. So here, bishop is absolutely useless. So, of course, instead of doing this, black is kind of hurrying up with c5, and then depending on the circumstances, he's going to play bishop c6 or knight c6, aiming at e5 and d4 and b4 potentially. So it's more of a knight c6 threat, I believe. More of a knight c6 threat. And Sam has done all that very, 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 very quickly. Basically,
he has. I'm sure that he's still in his theory, and I'm also pretty sure that Maxim is in his theory. He just has to recall something here because, I mean, they've been playing picture-perfect moves up to this point. It's a move 18, but, I mean, they've been playing relatively fast. And now Maxim's thinking time is 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay, so if we kind of try to analyze the past, right? So he has spent some time when he faced the Berlin, I believe, because that's not the only thing that Shankland does against e4. Then he maybe spent some time kind of picking up the variation. Do I go for an endgame? Do I do something else? And Maxim is one of the few players who insist that, yeah, I believe it's better for white to play this endgame, and, you know, so he constantly is entering Berlin endgame. It's him and Alexander Grishuk. I think those are only two, and then the other guys, they're trying to play, I don't know, some anti-Berlin stuff. Okay, and now c5. I don't know if it's a new move, because it looks very logical. It looks very logical. I mean, one of the logical attempts to continue for black. So it's a little bit surprising that he started to think here.
I'm wondering if he's considering to play something like c4, just to take the square d5 away from
square.
the knight. Yeah.
I'm afraid you don't have that much time. So, I mean, d5 square you can take by going knight c3, right? And then, if anything, you're almost sure that knight belongs to c3, and then further on to e4 or d5, right? With the
Well, I think an hour 36 is quite a lot of time.
You mean for Shankland? Yeah, but
No,
time, the chess time. Yeah, right. So after c4, I go knight c6, and knight e5 is already sort of a threat, right? Attacking both g4 pawn and c4 pawn. I don't know, by the way, why this pawn wasn't taken yet on g4. Maybe I should just swap. Maybe I should just swap and then go knight c6. And yeah, knight d4, knight e5. So I would rather do this, knight c3, and still I'm worried about this knight c6 move. I'm still worried about this knight c6 move because, for instance, in this case, what happens that white will have to part with the g-pawn, I'm afraid. Knight e5, and you can't protect it. Yeah, rook g1, rook g8, and then you have no means of protecting the pawn.
Really?
You'll take some, rook g8. I mean, you'll take something in return, and it's not bad for white by any means. You might still be better after knight e4, knight d5, whatever. But yeah, I mean, if you care about this pawn, so you'd better look for.
I feel like you will get it back since the king is still on c8, right? Yeah.
That's what one of the white's directions, kind of, right? So let's see what happens on the king side. But kind of a back plan, I always have an idea of exploiting the fact that the king is on c8 yet. But yeah, but I think he's going to play knight c3. Yeah, that's what he does. Very often, the most natural move is the strongest one.
So did you hear, I'm not too sure, this is probably not something that should be brought up, but the whole controversy of, the tweets that were sent out by Hikaru, that sort of stopped his whole broadcast and things like that from continuing for the next couple of days. Of course, it was just a misunderstanding, and there's some sort of jokes going on in chat as well about the whole controversy.
I have no idea, honestly.
That happened yesterday.
I have no idea what was the controversy and what was, What I see is Shankland playing b7, b6. So he's taking a slower approach. b6 usually means that, I mean, it's a standard kind of a trafferet move, right? You go b6 to put the bishop, to kick the king on b7, and before that,
you got a fianchetto the king.
Before that, apparently you will have to play bishop c6 so that the bishop's not hanging on d7, right? Okay. Still, I'm very interested on who surprised whom, to be honest. So one should not be fooled with Shankland having that much time and MVL kind of starting to spend time in this position, because it might as well be that, Shankland played it fast, played c5 fast, and MVL thought, okay, I looked at this move, and I remember it's bad for black, so why do you play this? And kind of trying to read, your opponent's mind in this way. So it's not necessarily that he never heard of c5. Might be quite the opposite, that you kind of suspect your opponent of confusing something, and then you turn to spend time kind of trying to read. But what do you mean? I mean, it's a bad position. It doesn't seem to be that bad. But
Well, I was actually thinking maybe he wanted to shift the move order in order to confuse his opponent, but Sam seems pretty sure of what he wants out of this.
He barely spends any time, So b6 quickly. Something to mention here. I mean, I don't know how to... Okay, let's say I do this for whatever reason. Knight goes to c6. I can't really make... and say king g3. Those moves are stupid. I mean, I just want to highlight the idea So that if white gets a chance to sacrifice an exchange like this, for instance, I think it must be good. I think it must be good to sacrifice an exchange on e5, or even on, like simply exchange the rook for a knight, yeah? So there is no rook on e1, there is no knight on c6.
Ideally, I would put the pawn back on b7 for white. Yeah, just to help along this exchange sacrifice, because I think the moment that the a-rook comes into the game, maybe things become a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, I mean, kind of banking on these two passed pawns, or somehow, yeah, I mean, I can't really make a logical sequence of moves so that I'm sacrificing the exchange, even something like this. Okay, that's obviously made up line. Yes, so it's not a real line. But even
this isn't theory?
No, that's my understanding of this position, not more than that. Yeah, so takes here, I don't know, bishop c6, knight e3. I mean, even here, I'm not sure if white is like risking too much. Well, he probably does, but still, just look at how solid all this stuff is, right? So g4, f5, and the moment you try to, I don't know, move the bishop away, then immediately f6 pawn is getting attacked. So here, yeah, of course, black is perfectly mobilized, king b7, rook e8, black will be better. But yeah, as an idea, this exchange sacrifice is still in the position. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I'm really thinking we still have more games to cover, so let's switch to something else. Alexander Predke has second white in a row. And, and we looked at it, and it's this piano thing, yeah. Nobody beats Wesley So in Giuoco Piano. Nobody. Literally. You can lose with white. You can't win.
Is this another commentator's curse? Miro will say something and the opposite will happen. Oh, we'll put it to the test.
I don't mind. But no, I think, I think Wesley is just way too solid to...
Well, he must have played enough games to know that he prefers the rook capturing on e6 rather than the pawn. And that's why he played rook e8.
He also goes for this rook e8, bishop e6 thing, same as Mamdyarov against Dubov. Yeah, even though the position is not the same.
Right, yes, I'm getting so confused now. Right.
Yeah, okay, can we...
Mamdyarov's rook is also on e6.
Can we switch to the next game? Yeah, Predke with Wesley So, yeah. Because there is no move from MBL coming anytime soon, I believe, yeah. Okay. Wesley So wearing yellow. That's interesting. What I was reading today, I mean, in search for this Grand Prix points tiebreaker, I've read a lot of useful information that, like, you know, up to the point where it's like the compensation for an arbiter and stuff like that. I mean, you know, FIDE regulations, they usually take like 12 pages or something. And okay, this is not so important, but what was the funny part was the dress code, and I think they specifically stated that no t-shirts and no funny colors allowed. So
maybe he's sort of mix and matching, you know, he has the t-shirt, but he has also a colorful blazer on, so it's not like, you know, it's not black or white or, you know, gray. It's, yeah. I understand.
Okay, so Predke with Wesley, bishop e6, and exchange on e6 and queen. But this is very well known. This is very, very well known. h6, rook d1, queen d7, knight f1. Okay. When I'm saying well known, so this position has happened quite a few times. One of the first games that I can remember was Kramnik with Anand. I mean, anything which is modern theory nowadays invented by Kramnik or, you know, these guys. These guys. Queen c2, yeah, and at first glance it looks absolutely surprising. It's like almost like white would play a Philidor of some sort, right, with like pretending being black, pretending being very solid, but it turns out, yeah, and black even can play d5 as an alternative to h6, can play d5 and claim to have activity in the center. But somehow it turns out black's position is not that pleasant one, even after d5. The real problem, kind of, is the knight on c6 being restricted by the c3 pawns. Whenever something opens up, and you understand, yeah, the knight is not great on c6, and kind of moving it to g6 is not very comfortable if you have the center open, right? By the way, you can't play knight e7 immediately because of, you can't play knight e7 immediately because of knight g5, right? So hence, hence h6, perhaps. Rook d1, queen d7, knight f1.
Do you think this will happen before d5? Maybe knight e7?
Yeah, knight e7, knight g6 is one of the things to do, but then once again, you have to watch out for d4 the moment you play knight e7. That's also a very, very common move. So maybe now you have the time. Maybe now you have the time for knight e7, knight g3. But then, yet again, I'm not sure how to access this. Like, black goes knight g6, white jumps to f5. And then how do you get rid of this knight on f5? I mean, it's annoying. That's one tricky position. That's one tricky position. And also, it's called slow for whatever reason, but it's also a very complex game, not only a quiet game, but a very complex game, this Giuoco Piano, because after all the pieces are on the board. And also, since we do not have the direct clash in the center, like in some, I don't know, some other openings, like, you have a lot of potential structures, interestingly enough. Right, so one would say, okay, it's boring, nothing goes on, but yeah, when you get some experience, so in fact, like blockade French, yeah, like when white goes e5 in French, this is where nothing goes on, because the structure is defined, everyone knows his plan, right, if black goes c5, white attacks on the king side, at least it's clear what will happen, and then who succeeds wins, that's understandable. Here, as a, you know, a grandmaster of what's my rating? Yeah, okay, let's lie to people. Let's say it's still 2600. 2600. I can provide you guys with my personal expert opinion that I have no clue whatsoever what's going to happen next. No, that's seriously.
I mean, the knight on f1 looks rather quiet, considering it's a quiet opening.
It goes to g3. It goes to g3 very often. Sometimes, I mean, once again, it's. I'm really struggling to understand those positions. Seriously, no kidding here. Bishop e3 sometimes is a do. Sometimes you just don't want to. Interestingly, so now if you compare, you would say bishop on a7 is more active. Like it targets f2, right? The bishop on c1 does nothing. And you'd be absolutely right. But in a couple of moves, if white gets the knight on g3 and f5, and then you can already see a white piece is kind of lining up to g7, h6, potential sacrifices. And if something starts to happen on the king side, all of a sudden the bishop on a7 would prefer to be on f8, in a quote-unquote passive position, but defend the king side, yeah? And very often in these lines, it's actually the bishop on a7 which does nothing. So that's, no, seriously, it's a very, very confusing position, especially since it starts very slow, and a lot of inexperienced players, they think, oh, okay, I mean, it's very nice, no one's disturbing me, so I can play any moves I like, yeah? But it's not that simple. It's not that simple. It's a very interesting game. But still, I have to say that I do not see Wesley So losing this one. He's super solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, another interesting game I'd love to take a look at is Tabatabai versus Giri. We know that Giri had a very strong position and an even stronger post-game interview that we saw, and he just scored a draw. And I think there were some things that he mentioned that he missed in the game yesterday against who did he play? He played the Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, it was an interesting game, and even more interesting interview potentially after the game. So they seemingly they both didn't realize that at some point black had like a decent advantage, right? I mean, they kind of lived through this paradigm that white was always better, and the moment white was not better, the draw was offered, and black accepted the draw, right? And in fact, it was up and down like a couple of times in the game.
Well, it was quite a last move there. I mean, h6, do you want to draw? Otherwise, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, once again, not your typical move you're offering in draw with, right? Like h5, h6, I'm attacking your king, so therefore let's agree a draw before it's too late, right? Okay, so let's see. Tabatabai with Giri. Tabatabai lost to Vityugov, to remind you guys. Can't do it right now. We'll have to wait a little bit. To switch to
no problem. There have been
D.
some compliments. There have been some compliments for the layout today, OBS layout, and I'm assuming that is the names with the analysis of the game so far. Or rather the engine evil bar, right?
These are
just below
you mean,
our faces.
I believe there must be.
These are the evil
this
bars.
Might be evil bars, but the thing with evaluation bars is I don't like them, honestly, because they're not accurate. I'm yet to see, the proper constructed, debugged sort of evaluation bar, because very often it would be, okay, I have this analysis board, so I can show you. How do we do it? Okay, rook, whatever, f8, bishop e3, for instance, right? And then black would take on e3, and this is the moment where black is a piece up, right? No one can argue with that. And the evaluation bar would swing in black's favor. So sometimes they are just so silly that they would think that this is black is a piece up. Then white recaptures and it goes back to normal. you know. So okay, that's an extreme case. But what I mean is that very often the engine behind this evaluation bar is not very deep, and it might be misleading. Okay, I mean, if it's a winning position and it shows winning and it does it on kind of few moves in a row, then apparently it does give you an idea of what's happening, right? But
okay.
So
I mean, an evaluation bar is my second favorite kind of bar.
And what's the third? The chocolate bar? No?
Yes, of course, it's a chocolate bar.
Okay.
What about yours?
Bar. Just the bar as in a pub. Yeah.
Pub.
So
Okay.
that'd
Nice.
be my first choice of a bar. But chocolate will be a close second. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
So can we actually switch to this Tabatabai game? Yeah. I'm really curious to see what happens there.
Yes, let's switch. Not
too exciting for now. That's the exchange Slav they're playing. Oh, so interesting. Giri knows everything. I'm so happy that there is a player who knows all the tricks. I'll try to talk in detail now about what I mean, but I've shown this position, the opening variation, as a little problem to solve, sort of, to many people. And sometimes even grandmasters, they struggle to understand the idea, the point behind. And I'm so happy that Giri played it now, and then everyone would finally agree with me. Look, I'm this kind of a mad scientist, Okay, so anyway, it was a Slav, so-called Chabanenko Slav, right? A7, A6, named after...
I'm always worried to play this early a6 because it always feels like, okay, it's an opening, I need to focus on developing my pieces rather than playing this early a6 and then I get the move order wrong. And it's rather stressful because now I'm always concerned that I'm leaving weaknesses and my king isn't even castled.
Yeah, but there is a specific point, and basically black is trying to make an argument that you don't have a useful move, interestingly enough. So a6 is strangely, I mean, first of all, it attacks the c4 pawn, if I may, right? Because you will, oops, yeah. Now it does nothing because it jumped again. After a6, now you wouldn't mind taking on c4 and then defending with b5. So you're kind of prepared to play b5 after you take the pawn. So an irrelevant move like, don't know, g3, you take the pawn. By the way, g3 is not irrelevant. It exists. It's just a gambit variation. You do not care about winning the pawn back, but still, right. If you don't want g3, you think, okay, let's protect the c4 pawn. You go e3, and then black gets the chance to develop the bishop to g4 from c8. And that usually is a problematic piece in all those like Slav defenses in Queen's Gambit, right? In Alekhine times, Capablanca times, they were writing articles about the problem of development of the c8 bishop in the Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit was like considered to be like one of the main openings, and yeah, that's a kind of...
I almost thought you were going to say the French.
No,
we would have had to have a conversation.
Yeah, well,
you know,
in French, yeah, the bishop on c8 is also not very good.
I think we need to have a conversation.
Okay, so French, you consider it to be the good bishop. Okay. Anyway, I've started to talk that, yeah, look, after e3, by the way, as far as I know, is not considered to be the most challenging move. Because you let black to solve the issue of this light square bishop g4, and after h3, black is just fine, capturing, going e6, bishop d3, bishop d6 first to offer the bishop trade, bishop g5.
Yeah, I know in the sort of structure, ideally you would want to exchange your light squared bishop, but surely you would want to exchange it for the light squared bishop of whites, which is quite strong with a pawn structure like this.
I agree. So that, well, you'd prefer to play bishop f5, right, and white to play bishop d3 so that you can trade, right? The problem with bishop a5 is that you've actually played a6, right? So there is a symmetrical line of exchange Slav, where by that point you would have bishop f5 on the board and you would play e7, e6 to keep things absolutely symmetrical. And that's normal. There's nothing wrong about this. But
you're a move behind.
Yeah. But since you've played a6, I'm not sure what's the refutation to bishop f5, but I just remember it's not a good move. Queen b3 might be problematic. Knight e5 might be a problematic move to face. Yeah, so that's kind of, they agree on bishop g4 being a move here. And then we reach this position. And there is nothing wrong with black's position here. But just look at the move Anish makes. Knight b4. Attacking the bishop.
Spicy.
Yeah, if you don't move the bishop, I'll take it, right, and achieve what you've just mentioned, exchange the light square bishops. So bishop b1. And then you start asking yourself, but what's the point? I went to b4, he went to b1, now he'll kick me out on the next move, and so on.
Yeah.
Bishop e7, castles. Yes, white kicks the knight away, knight c3. And you think, okay, but now black lost some time. He went to b4 and back, right? But what white did, he went to b1 with the bishop, and now in order to bring the rook into play, he has to go back, right? Has to go back. So in reality, what happened, black went to b4 and back to c6, white went...
Maybe he gained one move,
He didn't gain anything, but he made white play a2, a3, instead of basically any other move. Let's compare. So he doesn't go knight b4. He castles. White castles. In the outer order. Bishop e7 first, and then he castles. White. So white's to move. White can play a3 to make it position from the game, or he can play anything else. So basically, you're narrowing white's plans or white's options by going knight b4. So that
I mean, his like plan of maybe going to knight c4 would make a little bit of sense, to have the pawn on a3 and to not have to like suffer with the move b3, stopping
absolutely,
his knight from going to c4.
And a3, it's kind of a bit of a liability, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right about knight c4, and also like b3 is much harder to get when you've already played a3, right? And if white's to move here, I'm guessing something like rook c1 is much better of a move. Knight b4, now you go to b1 and just stay there. You don't need, it's a, long distance piece, the kind of range piece, this bishop, so it can do its job from b1. So I find it exceptionally clever, those maneuvers, like you go to b4 and it's confusing at first, but then you realize you just made white to play a3, kind of force him to play a3 instead of doing anything else. Okay, so knight e8, bishop f4, bishop d6, and now he makes sure that these bishops are getting traded. White can...
No, I'm very familiar with, calling my pieces liabilities, so I completely understand this a3 pawn.
Yeah, and after bishop d6, rook a to c1 was played. Yeah, but has to be said, after all my praise for this knight b4 clever move and so on, there's still nothing wrong with white's position, obviously. White still has kind of a potentially even slightly better position, but certainly white's never worse in such cases. So black is solid,
Indeed.
but for white, it's really hard to misplay it. Yeah, so do not expect fireworks here, at least not immediately. There might be the moment, but I'm really not sure. It's more of a like long maneuvering game we are talking about here, I believe. So before what? Before I will tell everyone that it's 1 hour and it's time to go for a break. But before that, let's not forget that's my favorite part of any broadcast, But we have the game of the leader in Pool D, Nikita Vityugov facing Giuoco. This potentially means another Petrov, by the way. Vityugov. I mean, I didn't check the game yet, so let's wait for. Let's wait and switch to this one. Let's see. Is it the no? E4 c5 from Giuoco. That's a surprise. That's really a surprise, I have to say. I'm trying to understand what does it mean, because I don't really remember Giuoco playing that much of a Sicilian. He's known to be E5 player and specifically Petrov defense player. That's exactly what he has done against Giri yesterday. So does it mean
Now he's decided something else. I mean, double black. And now you're like, you know what, I'm sick of the Petrov. Let's play the Sicilian.
It might be the reason, Jesse, really. So that let's try before it's too late, right? So because that might be partially the reason. And also, one more argument. Vityugov is not exclusively E4 player. And moreover, I remember him being exclusively D4 player. So I suspect, I didn't check the database, obviously. I'm kind of retired and very happy about it, so that I don't have to Google what Vityugov plays and build the tree and prepare against him and this kind of guys. Yeah, but there might be certain disproportion, like he does very well against E5. I mean, you usually check the stats of your opponent, right? It's possibly he does very well against E5, and that's his objective of playing E4. He wants to face E5 and then play, the Spanish or be on the white side of the Petrov, and possibly he doesn't do very well against the Sicilian, or has less experience.
Yu sees e4 and is like, you're gonna surprise me? Well, I'm gonna surprise you.
Yeah, and speaking of surprise, bishop b5 is fine. Knight d7, they do not play very often. So first of all, knight d7 is much more popular nowadays than bishop d7, for whatever reason. And then after bishop d7, I believe queen takes is more popular than knight takes.
Okay.
And then, then something... I mean, I don't know how to call it. It's a bit of a mix. But we have only
like a Miroshnichenko, but not quite.
The hedgehog, but once again not quite, because already a pair of minor pieces being exchanged, right? So a little something, Rook c7. Black still goes with more or less the same plan. Rook c7, rook c8, and then try to play b5, or d5 sometimes.
I'm assuming white will do the same, rook d2 and rook d1, just targeting d6.
Well, it's not that easy to target d6, right? And the thing is, like b5 is a legit threat at some point. b5 is a legit threat because your knight on c3 will be hanging. Right.
What I was always sort of told when it came to a setup like the Miroshnichenko bind is, yes, it's strong for white. White does have a lot of control in the center, but the moment either player starts to push, it becomes a bit of a disadvantage. And I'm not sure here if black pushes, maybe white will have some chances, and if white pushes, maybe black will have some chances. What is your usual take when it comes to a Miroshnichenko setup?
There are different setups for white, I mean, just to begin with. Like, specifically, you can have the bishop somewhere around e3, let's say f3, bishop e3, which is much more common from the dragon variation, right? And then everything kind of suggests that you should be operating on a queen side, right? And then very often you would try to go a4, b4, get some space. Here, however, with the bishop on b2, I'd be looking for the king side ideas, like starting quite possibly with rook d3. And then if I get a chance, maybe rook g3, and all of a sudden already one can foresee some upsnap. It's not queen d3. Game, please. Look, I play rook d3, for instance. Black goes rook c8, whatever, Rook g3, aiming at g7, Black goes b5. Let's pretend he does. And then I would not be surprised if something like this works already. Knight d5, pawn takes, knight f5. Well, it probably doesn't, but, I mean, just to highlight. And all of a sudden, white is a piece down, but black major forces the queen, and both rooks are kind of cut off on the queen side, and then white has the rook, the knight on f5, bishop on b2 attacking, queen ready to join, right? I'm actually not sure how you protect g7 at all, because, the bishop on e7 is also hanging. After bishop f8, at the very least, white has the perpetual, knight h6, f7, back to h6, and so on, right? The pawn is pinned, therefore knight h6, of course, is a possible move. So I'm guessing something like rook d3 is the move here. So rook d3, it's kind of a multi-purpose. You protect the knight on c3 as well, so that b5 is less threatening, right? And obviously, rook g3, in some cases, maybe rook h3. So I like rook d3. I don't know if it will be played, but I like rook d3 for now, without
that rook left.
Without digging too deep. Looks not bad. Looks not bad. And once again, a reminder: Vitugov started with the win. He has second white in a row. So, of course, we'll try to develop the initiative, right? I mean, starting on 2 out of 2, what can be better than that? We'll see.
Indeed.
We'll see. This looks promising, honestly. I mean, not kind of not promising as White's going to win, right? But promising in terms of it's not a symmetrical position. There is not much potential for simplifications, at least for now. So it looks promising for us to get an exciting game.
Indeed. And we are at the top of the hour, so shall we take a short break and come back to hopefully some more exciting moves?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've done our job for the first hour, right? So kind of rounding it up, no fast developing games apart from MVL and Shankland, right? I mean, all other games, they seem to be, so some are sharper, some are more quiet, but everything's going to go. And with Shankland, I think it's still going to go for some time, so at least we will not miss any of the games finishing if we take a break right now, right? So... Yeah, I think let's go with that. Let's see if we have any interviews prepared potentially. If not, yeah, we'll obviously have them today later on. Right, okay. So no interviews then. Anyway, a short break for us. We'll be back soon, so do not go away, guys. Okay, so we are back. That's good news apparently. Right, sort of a little bit of bad news that I was randomly clicking between the games, so now the boards are not matching, right? So the smaller board, the live board, is from, well, it's matching with the camera, it's matching with the names above our heads, right? It's Vitigov and Yu Yang playing, right? But I was taking a look at Aronian's game against the Parin, which is also quite interesting. Aronian has sacrificed the pawn early on.
Ooh.
Yeah. So this piano game is not so piano anymore.
Oh, is it a guitar? I love pianos though.
Yeah. Okay, look, it's, I don't know, some rock band, apparently, right? H3, knight e7, and yeah, the moment that black starts moving this knight to g6, you think, okay, what can possibly go wrong? Let's go d4, right? And then black, very clever, just goes back to c6. So the scenario is such, I mean, if you go to g6, then white is free to do the usual stuff, which is knight here, right? Mm-hmm. Bishop perhaps to d3, other bishop to e3, and so on. And with black bishop being on b6 here, it's a little bit, you know, kind of a little bit out of the game, strangely. It's a little bit out of the game because e d4 you don't want to play most of the time. It's kind of, you surrender the center, okay, maybe not a big deal, but still, right? You want to keep your central pawn on e5. And you, by no means, you can provoke white to do something with the center. So white will cover the diagonal with this d4 pawn, will keep the pawn on d4, and will play knight g3, bishop e3, and somehow amass all the pieces and try to attack the king. Anyway, so knight c6 I consider to be a clever move. White goes a4 after a5. Interestingly, the pawn on d4 is hanging. If you go d5, now nothing can block the diagonal for this bishop, right? So knight will return to e7 once again, and black is happy. And then Aronian went with rook a3, which was a very interesting move, and we all of a sudden we are switched to the other game. Okay, we're back. So Aronian goes.
Yeah, I don't understand rook to a3.
Point of rook a3. I mean, it doesn't threaten anything for the time being, right? But it kind of is a very useful move if black captures on d4, which he did.
I mean,
which he did.
At the moment, he's threatening to protect the c3 pawn.
Rook a3, right? But maybe he's making an argument that, but what do you play, right? Kind of, what do you play? So you don't have that many useful moves anyway. So I'm sacrificing the pawn on d4. Take it, and black took it. Then rook goes to d3. Now, if you move the bishop away, I suspect e5 is what follows. Using the pin on the d-pawn, therefore bishop e5, and white went with knight f3. So white sacrificed the pawn, but he has some potential threats. So let's
probably
see.
just queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7 I also thought was kind of a, you know, good solid move. Queen e7 just moved the queen away, right? The question for me here seems to be like, does white only have like slight compensation, which is enough, you know, which is enough to compensate for the pawn, but white's basically not fighting for an advantage, right? So just take on e5 and say, okay, I have two bishops, maybe it's enough to compensate for a pawn.
What about, do you think knight h4 is a possible move after queen e7?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking now, while I was talking about this stuff. Yeah, knight h4. It's actually sort of annoying this knight g6 threat, right, using the fact that f7 pawn is pinned, and combined with a f4 possibility, it might be quite serious, in fact, to such an extent that we might have to give up on queen e7. Yeah, because I really don't know. I mean, how do we stop knight g6 and f4 at the same time?
Yeah, you have to play something like king h8 and I don't know.
I mean, there is a funny looking move, knight d5. For
maybe that's the saving grace, actually.
Knight d5, yeah. I mean, it seems so stupid to put the knight here, but who knows? You counter-attack the h4 knight, right? Knight g6, I mean, it ruins my pawn structure a little bit, but not really,
and you take
right?
With check.
I don't know. You take with the check, okay, king h8, and then just imagine black going g5. He's not that unhappy, I'm thinking. Also having a pawn, yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, so if anything, I would be worried about knight f5 more than knight g6, because knight f5 now, if you take, white takes back, and I think white has this f4 threat along with the knight on d5 being hanging. But even this, you have knight b6 with the tempo, right, attacking the bishop. Who knows? Right. Bishop b3. Then black has to do something against f4. White obviously has an initiative. Black still has his extra pawn, so that's quite an unbalanced position.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can imagine Aronian being very fond of this imbalanced position simply because he chose the line, right? He chose the line. He has more time, so apparently that was his preparation rather than appearance. If we are not happy with queen e7, there is still knight to d7 move. So then being prepared to take on e5 with the knight if white captures, right? But then it's, I mean, the move itself is not very pleasant to make, right? That's kind of...
It's not pretty. It's only really strong if white takes the bishop.
Yeah, knight d7, white probably doesn't take the bishop in this case. Unless something like this works, knight e5, then obviously I don't want to play knight c3, let you take, right? So my only hope would be that something like this is actually a move, which I'm not sure. Point being, rook g3, if black captures the bishop, bishop h6, g6, and maybe that's absolutely nothing. So my hope was for this, queen d4 and go f4. So the knight's pinned, knight can't go away because queen g7, but there is queen h4 move, and who knows what's that. This particular one
I don't know how you come up with everything like this. It's insane.
But this particular one is probably just bad for white because everything's hanging. Everything's hanging, it's just a piece down.
You probably take the knight, though.
Yeah, you take the knight. If he takes the rook, then... he actually can take the rook and then another rook with a check and go f6.
There's another rook.
Yeah, but honestly, I've stopped calculating after queen h6. Because that's exactly the position I was talking about. It's piece up and nothing specific. Yeah, so knight d7, maybe you don't take. You play bishop a2 just in case, and then see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, still some initiative for white. It's not that simple, and especially if you... Yeah, the thing is like that. It's a pawn for some initiative, so I imagine it cannot be too bad for white. Objectively, kind of with the engine help. And then if you analyzed it at home with the engine, it makes your opponent's task, if he didn't, makes it really, really hard because like specific move orders, specific ideas, and if, let's say, objectively, mathematically, black even has the narrow path to be slightly better, chances are he won't find it. So I presume it might be a bit of a gamble, right? Not the gamble, but a bit of a gamble. So if, let's say, if my opponent finds everything, he will be slightly better. Maybe the position is still defendable, right? But if he doesn't, I have a chance of winning a game by move 25. Yeah. So that's a legit bet that a lot of players actually willing to take. So apparently thinking he's below 40 minutes after 16 moves. So potentially, you know, time pressure still. Let's see how White's initiative unwinds in this position. Maybe there is more to it. Maybe it's not only a slight compensation as I've described it, but some straight up attack. Even though after knight d7, strangely, it's not that easy to come up with. Yeah, maybe you just play a move and wait for black to continue. So shall we move on? I think
I have to request a game, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe look at Kamer's game against Dominguez. So we're seeing a bishop takes h6 in this position.
Kamer's game against Dominguez. Dominguez's game against Kamer. Yeah, let's see.
My apologies.
No,
yes.
no, everything's perfect. So Dominguez has sacrificed something. Let's see. Can we get this one on the screen? That would be lovely. Yeah, for Dominguez, if he really starts with 2 out of 2, that's a huge news. And by the way, I do not remember what was happening in Dubov's game. Oh well, it's not even a bishop. What's that? I mean, it's everything so. What is this pawn structure, guys? What is going on?
It's very interesting. It looks like an Oreo sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Oreo sandwich. To me, it looks like someone was throwing pieces at the board randomly, like the way modern studies look like, you know. And then you're supposed to go with the king to a3 and stalemate yourself, something like that, right? I mean, this pawn structure. How does it even happen?
Yeah.
Because
well, I mean, if you have 3 pawns in a row of the same color, that would be considered the Irish pawns.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure what you consider 4 pawns in a row but different colors.
Nobody knows. Okay, so c4, and then white takes this one, black takes this one, queen d3, and knight takes e4 nevertheless, because if you take, wait a second, because if you take, he's gonna go bishop f5 apparently, right? Pin the knight, and then go d5, attack the knight, and win it back. So after knight e4, Dominguez captures on h6. Point being, of course, if you take now, the rook's gonna take, right? Or the knight's gonna take. So mainly, there'll be no time for black to play this d5 stuff, right? I think rook takes. Could it be that it's better for white in such a straightforward way? You probably don't take the bishop. Yeah, I think you don't take the bishop. You take the knight instead. Mm-hmm. But still, and also the situation on the clock is kind of worrisome for Vincent Kamer. So he's down to roughly half an hour. And as we figured out, Dominguez is a thinker himself, right? So if the position would be kind of totally unknown for both, Dominguez would spend more time, I would assume. So this might as well be that Lanier kind of knows this specific sequence. I reckon knight d2 should be tried. I mean, let's just check it briefly. Takes over here, and I take back on d2 with the bishop, right? Not to be a piece down. What's this position? White's pawn up, right?
It's a mess.
Yeah, it is, right. But once pawn up, b3 might fall as well.
White is more likely to get an active position before black.
I can't count, You know, I can't count, Jesse. White is not a pawn up.
It's 6-6.
Yeah, white will be a pawn up if he will take on b3, which is not given.
So tentatively.
Which is not given. He might not be able to. But what's important, I believe, is the king side, you know, a little bit weakened with this absence of the h-pawn. So imagine white goes knight g5 somewhere, threatens queen h7.
I really hope it doesn't auto-update. There was a move made.
There was a move made.
Just to let you know.
Yeah,
yes,
okay, let's see.
F5.
It was bishop f5 like this.
Yes.
Alrighty.
How do you feel about this
I
one?
feel about this one like that. I think white might consider sacrificing an exchange by going rook takes e4.
Okay.
So the big point is that if you take with the knight, black is still planning d5, right? And the typical tactic knight f6 would not work because queen f6.
Right.
So my idea is that I want to try, after bishop f5, I want to try taking with the rook.
Is d5? Oh, because you're taking
now
a check.
I have
Okay.
a check. And first, naively, I thought black has to take with the bishop, then take on h6. And here, I would probably be happy simply because I can get the knight to f5. So knight g3, knight f5, and I would say your bishop on b6 is not doing much. Knight on f5 is really strong, and I'm potentially having some kingside threats. But later on, I've realized that if I'm acting as a smart guy, taking with the rook, black can do the same after bishop f5.
Okay.
Rook e4, let's do the same. Let's take with the rook.
So uninviting this knight
This,
there.
and then d5. And I'm not sure. Can white actually keep up? For the time being, he's a piece up, but can he even keep up at material? Doesn't he lose like something? Because h6 is hanging.
But you can play.
And also, this is...
Can you not play like knight e5 possibly?
Knight e5, you can, yeah. Nice spot.
And then if they take on
queen g3,
e4, you
right.
play something. Yeah.
Queen g3. Checkmate is
Queen
in
f6
one.
maybe.
Yeah, queen f6 or just g6. I thought I
G6.
might be... Yeah, the queen might be needed on the d file to take the d4 pawn. No, but queen
okay.
f6 is a legit move as well. Yeah, bishop e3 and then something. I don't know. By the way, once again, double checking what's the material. Material's equal. Material's equal. Yeah, confused. Really, really confused. Bishop f5. There might be other moves. Maybe he doesn't need to do anything about this knight at all. Maybe he just plays bishop f4. Yeah, it looks scary, but how exactly do you kind of perform this discovered attack? I'm not sure, right? I mean, there is a potential for this knight jumping somewhere and then bishop attacking the queen, but there's nothing too clear. There's nothing too clear.
I wish I understood this better, but all I'm doing is staring at the position, hoping some calculation will come to me. But yeah, the bishop f4 does seem rather simple, and as long as there isn't any sort of discovered attacks here.
I don't see any, honestly.
Black.
I mean, knight takes d2, so that if I take
You
on
just take with the
f5,
queen.
knight f... Yeah, but you're absolutely right. Take with the queen. And I'm still not sure what kind of position is that, to be honest. Because here it's sort of less likely that black runs into some sort of attack because the bishop is on this diagonal nicely, right?
Yeah. It's stalemate in 50.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Bishop c2 potentially just a fancy placement for this bishop. It does absolutely nothing here, but stands nicely, protects itself, protects b3 pawn. Yeah, so yeah, maybe this is acceptable position for black. Okay, not to start with bishop c2, not to drop the d6 pawn, but something like queen d7, potentially bishop c2 and so on. So yeah, maybe it's not that...
Wait, dropping d6?
Yeah, there was a line to drop d6 here. Look, I mean, takes here. If you go bishop c2, then trade,
Okay.
and then take
I thought it
on
was
d6.
beyond me that I was missing something.
No,
but
that
it was
very simple, yeah.
Yeah.
It was very simple. Okay, yeah, so it is a mess. It is a messy position, but not as messy yet. Maybe there is more to it.
Someone in chat says some really sharp cheddar in this game. Talking about cheese. Making me hungry.
You mean the pawns, like that's a nice comparison. But that's I mean, it's not unheard of having like 4 pawns on the same file, right? And even blocking each other. But specifically like the sequence that white, black, or vice versa, that's quite an achievement, I have to say. That's quite an achievement. All right, so linear is thinking, and we are free to pick another game. What game would you like to look?
I would like to see Daniil Dubov versus Shakira Mamedyarov.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've taken quite a look at that game. I think we saw the opening where the rook was on e6, but that was about it.
Yeah, exactly. Was the rook on e6? Yeah, it was, yeah. So Dubov's game.
That's exactly what he ended up doing. I see the knight went all the way to g6, but I'm spoiling it. Please keep going.
But also look, but also I was right in a way, yes, so that white, if the light square bishops are getting exchanged, then white was not planning to take on b6. He'd rather use sort of an awkward position of this bishop on b6, right? So c5 being a threat. And therefore, you have to react. And okay, if black reacts a6, by the way, Jesse, I mean, back to your question, then white, of course, I think, takes on b6 and just says, okay, now you have not such a great structure. So c6 instead, white goes c5, captures there, went knight c5. Now Mamedyarov takes it. b7, ugly, weak pawn, but no, b5. b5, and what do you do? I mean, it's a very, very, how to say, I think it's actually, you don't call those positions sharp, but kind of strategically demanding. So on every move, you know, on every move, something happens, like a change to the structure, and you have to take a lot of strategic decisions. Sort of like after b5, what do you do? I mean, you take en passant, it changes the game dramatically, right? You go d4, it changes. What Dubov ended up doing was bishop b2, queen c2, so kind of slowing down a little bit. But now he's not very likely to play d4 anytime soon, because e4 needs a lot of protection, right? And in the long run, I mean, this is 2 versus 1 on the queen side, right? After a5 and, you know, b4, it's nowhere near materializing, let's say, but yeah, at some point, so black might have kind of counter chances with this 2 pawns versus 1 on the queen side. Rook to e7, somewhat mysterious, I want to say. Maybe planning to double the rooks on the d file. Maybe sidestepping some sort of d4, e takes, knight takes, and then it is with the tempo. Who knows? Rook e7, Dubov is thinking, well, just checking the time situation, Mamedyarov has 20 more minutes. Dubov is the player with double white in pool C, right? Or pool B, that is, yeah. But he's not enjoying it yet. I mean, his first white was the game he lost against Dominguez. Doesn't go well for him. Yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of players playing double colors these 2 rounds rather, double black or double white.
Yeah, but that's you know, I mean, that's just the nature of round robin. So in round robin, in every 2 rounds, kind of, right? There has to be, or in every round, I must say, except first, right? There must be someone who repeats white, there must be someone who repeats black. And then when it's down to only 4 players in a round robin, yeah, it feels like it's a bit too often, but you can't really do much.
True.
Yeah, you can't really do it. Yeah, okay, so Daniil Dubov, and if you pay attention to the background, right, I mean, that there's not only the FIDE logo, the World Chess log, but also names of sponsors, and I'm reminded that we have some duties, and yeah, let's watch one of the clips from the sponsors, the Algorand video, and yeah, we'll be obviously back right after that.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Okay, so that was Algorand, and that was Vidit as well, who, by the way, finished his participation. And I don't quite remember how many points he has, but clearly not competing for the qualification. One more game, Jesse, that I'm afraid, paid not enough attention to is this one, Nakamura against Esipenko.
Yes.
And here, I'm honestly not sure what's happening. So it was what's it called? The Nimzo Indian, and Bishop D2 is quite a rare move. I mean, especially like a combination of E3 and Bishop D2. It's a rare move. Ended up being this position, which you see a bit more often, but with a different moves order. And yeah, and later on it became this structure, which is quite interesting. So white was, basically we can talk of it like this. So symmetrical in the center, d4 and d5 pawns, right? White advanced f4, which allowed him to put the knight on e5. In return, he potentially gives away control over e4 square, right? So let's imagine black somehow plays knight e4 after some exchanges. He still has the possibility to play f6 and get rid of the white knight, right? If black knight...
Yeah, it doesn't seem quite possible now, because I wanted to ask, like, what's the best way for black to deal with a position like this, where you've sort of conceded e5, but you want to kick the knight off? Would you try and play f6 and so on?
So you want to play knight e4 and then f6. You cannot play knight e4. Therefore, what Esipenko does seems to me like makes sense. a6, b5, so at some point you want to advance the pawn. Well, if it's traded, so basically your objective is to disturb the knight from c3, right? The moment knight goes to e2, for instance, you immediately jump to e4. Right, so white went rook c1, queen to d6. So the other idea could be to try to tolerate this knight on e5 for quite a while and say go knight a5, to put this one on c4, and then the bishop from b7 opens, and then maybe, once again, maybe knight e4, there will be a chance for that. But anyway, right, black is not without a chance, but I like white's chances. I think it's kind of easier to play with white. White has sort of a clear-cut plans. One of them, by the way, could be something connected with queen f3 and even g4, g5. So by the same,
these seem like common ideas in systems like the Collie.
Yeah, and that's sort of a variant of So you have similar ideas. For you'd probably prefer the pawn to be on f2, the bishop to be on f4, something like that, right? So more of a London system than this one. But after queen f3. After queen f3, queen goes to h3 potentially, or g4, and it's only logical if I said that e4 is the key square, right? e4 is the key square, then black would like to push the knight from c3 away, but same goes for white. White wouldn't mind, say, exchanging the knight on f6 or just pushing it away from the e4 square. And okay, we have something new, which is the question from Twitch. Has Evgenij figured out how many points did Raput got? We were talking in detail at the start of the broadcast. I still remember Raput has 20, and he can potentially be outpaced by only 2 players who are in the same group. It's Hikaru and Levon. And there was a third player, Andreikin, but he withdrew from the tournament, right? And he can be caught up by like 3 players, but for that it's going to take them to win the entire tournament. So it's a little bit complex, but in simple terms, Raput is safe. Still, I believe Raput is safe. He should be qualifying. Not clear if he wins.
As Aronian said yesterday in his interview, he's 99% sure to be in the candidates.
Yeah. All right. So that's Hikaru's game. Once again, developing relatively slowly. Move 16, less than 40 minutes for Esipenko already, 45 minutes for Hikaru. And the game, I would say not even started. Like, okay, I mean, last few moves, it's not that they know all the moves, but the ideas are, there is nothing unheard of, there is nothing uncommon so far. Right, so that there'll be more decisions to be made, that there'll be more things to take care of. And that was, of course, require them both to spend time. And so once again, potentially we are looking at, say, time trouble or a bit of a time trouble by move 25 or something. And that's, I think, Jesse, that's the scenario that most of our yesterday's games went. Right, it was only Hikaru getting like bad position, Hikaru and Abiel getting bad positions quickly, but all the rest, it was quiet, and then we started to check, and it's move 16, move 18, and players out of time, right?
That's crazy. I know that it developed really slowly, especially the opening game against Esipenko. I think that took a while to develop as well, and it was one of the last games to finish too.
Oh, okay. I've seen the question, but it disappeared. If I read it well, it was, what was my most memorable?
I can read it for you. Yes. What was Miro's most memorable game against any of these participants?
Memorable in what way? Because I've lost quite a few games against these guys. I mean...
One that you will not forget, whether it be for the quality of play or just the experience in general.
Experience. No, I mean, I won a game against Hikaru, so I can at least brag about that.
Nice.
And what else? What else? Against Aronian, we've played quite a few. Mamedjarov. No, I mean, memorable. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to say that, okay, this is something that is like most memorable. But I don't have that much experience, to be honest, right? No, but what popped to mind is, of course, yeah, like me beating Nakamura, which is, you can imagine what an excitement that was. And yeah, perhaps one of my games against Aronian, if the rapid games are counted, then yeah, they've been interesting.
Of course, all games count, even online ones.
Online. Well, then I had a very funny draw against Hikaru. And then I had
You played in some banter cup?
No. It was just an online. Somehow we were matched in. At some point, you'd be surprised, but I had a decent rating on chess.com. I mean, before I started to stream. So I've played. I don't remember. I think it was like 2 games only against Hikaru, but yeah, somehow it was a very, very funny combination, which led to a perpetual check. I mean, so that's. I still remember. Maybe not the position, but some details. Okay, whatever. In short, yeah, I did play against these guys, the older guys, that is, obviously, like Kamer. I've probably stopped playing chess when he learned to play chess. Okay, maybe I stopped. Maybe I stopped a little bit. Gracious. Okay, maybe I stopped a little bit later, to be fair. But still, yeah, obviously, none of the younger guys I've played in a tournament game.
Yeah.
All right, so Queen f3 played by Hikaru. It's the ball is on Oparin's half, or what's Oparin's? Esipenko's half court. Rook a to c8, relatively quickly. Interesting. So he says, I want my rook on c8, and kind of postpones knight a5, knight c4, or whatever the plan is for later. It kind of makes sense now that I'm thinking, because if you release pressure too early from this knight on e5, white kind of gets extra options. Like, for instance, now f5 is impossible, right? You'll just take twice on e5. Bishop h4 is impossible, or problematic at the very least, because black can take on d4 with the tempo, right? I mean, I'm still not sure what happens after queen h3, but at least it's like the move that you'll think twice before playing. And if black goes knight a5 first, which I've originally thought, knight a5 to get it to c4, right? Then you have access to both ideas. I'm not sure if f5 is any good, but bishop h4, for instance.
You want to block the bishop?
No, I mean, bishop h4 is interesting. Bishop h4 is interesting, so I want to, I'll just trade the knight, and maybe it will be awkward for black to recapture. Like queen takes allows knight d5, pawn takes, I wouldn't be thinking of. So yeah, like bishop h4, for instance, and we might call it a threat. So therefore, rook c8, yeah, fine, logical, and now it's up to Hikaru. What's next? What's next? Do we really try some g4, g5 all-out attacks? Well,
do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's only going to do it if it's good. I mean, that's the problem. If it would be like some blitz or better bullet, then yeah, g4 is one of the first moves you play, and then maybe you regret 100%. Those 30 seconds that the games last after that.
Yeah. Well, the engine is suggesting a b4, but I would like to see what it thinks of g4.
b4. B4?
It's all the same, really, yeah.
B4 is interesting, in fact. It's kind of stopping, I mean, it's not clear who's going to win, so creating more outposts in a way. Yeah, well, let me consider this B4. So everyone in this position gets an outpost, right? So C5 and E5 for white, C4 and E4 for black. And then white kind of banks at the fact that my knight is already on e5, right? You can't play knight e4 yet, and nothing gets to c4 anytime soon. It's actually an interesting try, yeah. And then I can imagine at some point maybe even rook landing at c5, yeah, if the knight somehow disappear. Yeah, that's an interesting move. Okay, so there is nothing Too critical. I want to say nothing too critical goes on for the moment. While Hikaru will be looking for the way to develop his initiative. So what do we do next? Dubov, Mamedyarov, we've checked. Aronian, Oparin, I don't know, maybe some development there.
Yeah, perhaps. And then after that, we can also take a look at MVL's game, which has reached an endgame. Although seemingly dead drawn, it's still worth looking at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since Veshy has some pressure with the rooks. Yep.
Yeah, so look what happened. Queen e7 was actually played. And knight h4 and knight d5. So funny enough, I guessed a couple of moves. Then queen went to h5, knight went to f6. So you can basically make a draw with white right here, right now, it seems, by just going queen to d1. Aronian, however, goes knight g6, knight takes, a check on e7, king goes g4 and knight f4.
You know, the puzzle demon inside of me is definitely looking at this knight on e7, hoping for some sort of flank mate. You know, opening the H file with the rook and so on.
no H pawns and a check on the H file, right?
Oh, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay, there is a question, can Giri qualify for the candidates? I think he can. For the time being, his best out is, obviously winning this event. And in this case, he ties with Rapot on 20 points. So, but there isn't kind of extra condition, extra constraint that he has to win not against Hikaru in the final. Because if Hikaru gets to the final, he'll have 23 points, he'll win the Grand Prix, right? And it's only gonna be kind of fight for the second. And so maybe he still ties with Rapot, and then once again this mysterious tiebreak that I do not know the rules of. But
yes,
so
must be hidden somewhere.
In short, there is a mathematical possibility that Giri qualifies, but for this, I'm sure he needs to win the entire thing.
Indeed, and I'm fishing through chat for more questions. I do encourage everyone in the chat that we do have to ask some questions, and we'll show it on stream. You can be as creative as you'd like to be. Definitely.
Right, and I'm looking at Aronian's position. I don't quite understand. It seems like I didn't get the last move. No, now I've got it. There was actually a sequence. Yeah, okay. So in fact, Aronian has everything analyzed. So it continued with, after knight f4, bishop takes, knight d5, once again, similarly with the tempo, attacking the bishop, attacking the c7 pawn. Oparin goes with bishop e6, pinning the knight. So I believe the next thing to happen would be knight f4. Come on, game. Knight f4, bishop c4, rook here, and then if you just move the bishop, you might be worse, I'm thinking. If you just move the bishop like to a6 or e6, you might be worse. But potentially you have, hang on, need to think, which is unnatural brain activity. b5 maybe. b5, a b5, bishop b5. You'll have to give c7, but I'm thinking now that b2 is kind of isolated a little bit, right? Maybe he can organize, a counterplay against b2. Still, if anyone's better here, it's white, right? If anyone's better here, is white. Jesse, can you answer the question, please? Because I don't know the answer.
How do you avoid blunders?
How to avoid blunders, yeah.
So often when I'm looking at the board and you're analyzing the position, my eyes aren't open enough when I blunder a piece. So the first tip is open your eyes. The second tip is do more tactics. And I think the last one, Miro should jump in here and tell us what is the biggest tip
Well, when you
trying
think,
to avoid
yeah, when you
blunders?
think you do enough tactics, do more. Basically,
Yes.
no, I mean, there is no such thing as avoiding blunders. Everyone blunders from time to time. I mean, check Magnus's games, you know, annotated, and then you'll find, okay. So keeping concentration and a lot of, you know, this little things. Like interestingly, I think even for a level of international master, grandmaster, if you had kind of a big pause before the tournament, you're out of shape, right? You were not playing. So solving some sophisticated tactics doesn't really help. So you're only tiring yourself. But strangely, like before, more of small actions, like simple actions. So solve things like check and take, you know, mate in two, and so on. So you're kind of picking up the patterns. It goes on subconscious, and you won't really miss things, or you'll miss less things. I mean, obviously,
So it's never quite a blunder. It's a positional sacrifice.
positional sacrifice. Okay, you can lie about things. Yeah, that's also a valid method. Yeah.
Indeed.
Or as someone put it, so we'll see. Yeah, you know, obviously the anecdote. I think it's once again about two Soviet guys playing in possibly Soviet championship, and then after some move, the guy gives the pawn and being asked at, I don't know, smoking area, whatever, being asked, did you sacrifice or blundered? And he says, we'll see upon the result, right? I mean, if I win, obviously I've sacrificed. Otherwise, you know.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's a blunder.
It's a blunder.
It's
Yeah.
a sacrifice until you lose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's a cool approach, guys. So if you're a queen down and you happen to win, that was a queen sacrifice.
Yeah, that was a queen sacrifice.
Don't forget.
Absolutely. Okay, so still, I would describe this one as slight pressure for Ronian, and paired with, you know, with a bit of time deficit for Oparin. He might be still in a bit of a trouble. We are approaching. It's move 25. I mean, so we are not that far from the time control. So perhaps he'll manage to avoid at least like a big time trouble. But still, some decisions to be taken there for Black, and it's not an easy game still. Okay, so let's move on, right? Move on
Yes.
to the first
Can we-
result of today.
Oh, okay.
I
we do
believe,
have a
yeah,
result.
first result of today, which is a draw for Dubov and Mamedyarov, and we didn't miss much, to be honest.
Repeated moves?
So we've seen rook e7, and Dubov went with bishop to c3, rook to d7. Black doubles the rooks, bishop a5, disturb the rook, make it go away from the d file, and return back. And then Shah couldn't find anything better but to go back, or didn't want to find anything better. Maybe the position is not like in Black's favor at all. We don't know. Yeah. Anyway, so that's a first result. That's a draw.
Could we go to the other game in the same group?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dominguez versus
that was
Kimmer.
my first instinct, because those two guys, right, Dubov and Mamedyarov, made the draw. So now if Dominguez wins, it gets even bigger for him, right? So it will be 1 full point lead after only 2 rounds.
Someone made a comment in chat saying Mamedyarov drew a Grand Prix game. Never saw that before.
Absolutely, referring to 6 draws of Mamedyarov in Belgrade.
Yeah, it seems so. But this position is quite interesting if we keep going in terms of the moves that are live, but you probably want to see where we sort of left off last time. We
I
visited
don't know.
the
I mean,
game.
I don't have that many moves. It was rook takes e4.
Yeah,
The one
rook
that I
takes e4.
suggested. Yeah, rook e4. Black recaptured with the rook, right? Knight takes, and then d5. That's what I have.
Yeah,
and I
that's also
think
what-
he has to go with your knight e5 idea. In fact.
Somehow it suggests it's slightly better here for white.
Yeah.
But a move like knight e5 then just equalizes. So the suggested move was actually bishop to g5,
Yeah,
attacking
bishop
the queen.
g5 attacking the queen. Ah, okay. And the point is
Now,
you
where does
can't
the queen
take.
go?
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought you could take on e4. But then, what I've missed that the bishop on b6 is also hanging. So at the end of this sequence, right, white kind of munches more pieces. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Right. So after bishop, so you can play bishop g5 with the tempo, and then this is obviously clears it up quite a bit. Yeah, and then you are not losing a piece, and then you might also have some intermediate move like queen d7, right? Well, it's actually more than look. It's more than clever. It's very clever because after queen d7, what I can do is play knight c5. Once again,
but you just take it on c5?
You can take d3, right? Because I'm taking d7. And when you take on c5, I'm taking b3. And it is the kind of position we were talking about. White being a pawn up, right? Black having a pair of bishops, so perhaps close to enough compensation, but still it's a pawn.
So when you were counting pawns, this is the position you saw,
Yeah,
not the one where there was 6 each. Yeah.
Okay, and there have been a couple of questions. One was, wait a second, how to get higher than 200 rating. Honestly, I'm not very good with this kind of lower ratings. But what does it mean? I mean, it's basically you learn the, I think you learn the rules,
you learn
right?
the rules of the
learn
game,
the rules,
I guess,
and you kind of get to play a game and then capture the pieces and checkmate maybe someone, or rather get checkmated yourself. So that's actually, if we leave the numbers aside, because me being honest, I don't believe in those like smaller ratings, and I honestly think that those are harmful because it's not online ratings. I mean, online ratings are fine. You can have whatever you like, 5,000, whatever. But for FIDE ratings, when they've introduced this kind of lower ratings, 1,030 and 1,300 and so on, and then kids learning the game quickly, but they might be unstable, right? I mean, like one tournament goes super well, the other tournament goes bad, and then the kids of the same age and of the same playing strength on average, they would have a tournament and one gets 1,800, the other one gets 1,200. And with all the progress that the 1,200 kid makes, I mean, imagine for him how many tournament games he has to play to recover this one stupid bad tournament. So I think that's kind of a harmful thing in a bit. But if we don't talk numbers, I mean, how to progress when you've learned games of chess? Mr. Dodgy in the chat. I mean, special shout out, Mr. Dodgy in the chat. I can get you one.
Oh, I never got this offer, Mr. Dodgy. You must be very special.
Yeah, sorry to shout. Yeah, but that's just a special guy. Yeah. Okay, so what I was saying, honestly, I'm trying to recall. I'm not sure if it's valid. If I'm being honest, like I'm not sure if it's valid method. But we were taught the game from behind. Yeah, I've probably mentioned this, right? So you learn how the pieces move, and then you study in the end games how to checkmate with different set of pieces, or how to, I don't know, you get an extra piece, for instance, right? We have 8 pawns each, you have 2 knights, I have 1 knight. I mean, go win this, right? And then the advantage decreases, and so on and so on. So it sounds boring. Yeah, why would you play with half an army, or I don't know, 1/4 of an army when you can play with everything? But then it kind of teaches you the smaller mechanics between the pieces, in my opinion, right? Right, I mean, the very simple thing, a checkmate with 2 rooks, right? The algorithm that you cut one, so you don't actually check the king, right? But you cut one file and then you give check on the other and so on. And that teaches you kind of mechanics of how the pieces interact with each other. So that's my idea. Maybe it's too slow. Maybe you just play bajillion bullet games or 15 seconds games, and then you're a grandmaster. Maybe now it's more of a better method to to pick up chess. No, but seriously, I think...
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. You gotta play a bazillion bullet games to become a Grandmaster. Otherwise, you're not a Grandmaster.
No, I don't believe in this still. I mean, I can kind of for fun can state it, but yeah, I still think that there should be some sort of a system, and even a bad system is better than no system at all. Yeah, and there was
Definitely.
the other one, knights or bishops, right? I mean, there was generally knights or bishops. Well, bishops for me, but I can imagine, like especially on some kind of level, that it's easier to understand how to operate with the knight, right? Because knights are, I mean, they're funny pieces. They do forks, which bishops can't do, and they jump, which is nice. And also, like, it's a very common argument at some point. Like, you know, you've taught the moves and so on. At some point, it's a very common argument that, well, bishop can go to only 32 squares, right, on the board, but the knight can cover all 64, so knight's better, right? And my counter-argument to this would be that I can place my bishop in such a way that your knight's not moving at all, right? I mean, so that's yeah, the bishop can pin, bishop can trap the knight if the knight's on the edge of the board. So, yeah, bishops, overall, yeah, I think it's just a stronger piece.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And we are seeing that Dominguez is playing with speed, which does indicate that he's rather confident about the position. He saw all of this bishop g5 and then knight c5 going on, and then taking the pawn on b3. So we do have that position on the board right now.
Yeah. So it's still hard to say how big white's advantage is if black, say, goes bishop d6 and claims that, yeah, okay, the b4 pawn is somewhat weak. Queen d5, by the way, would be inaccurate because of bishop h2 check.
Yeah.
Right, and then the usual. Well, he actually goes all the way back to f8, which might be more clever. Just to not.
Now, 95?
95 inviting, yeah, but queen d6 then attacking the b4 pawn. So what I mean, the way I wanted to sum it up would be, it's a very typical two bishops speculative compensation. You know, when you always say, if anything, I can go to opposite colors. If anything, I'll go to opposite colors, and that's how half of the martial attack is playable for black, right? Because you end up in those positions where you are a pawn down, but you have a pair of bishops, and you always can. I mean, if thing goes wrong, you go to the opposite colored bishops ending, you suffer a bit, and you make a draw.
Suffer a bit. I don't think that's something I want.
Well, I mean, if your choice is to lose the game or to suffer a bit in the opposite color ending, I think the choice is, well, already made, kind of.
Exactly. End my suffering.
Suffering. So your choice would be, okay, I want to lose quickly, right?
Not necessarily, just don't get into the position where you're having to suffer, I suppose.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But you don't lose any games if you don't play chess.
That's safest approach, yeah. As we've already said yesterday, right? I mean, when you had a terribly bad tournament, there is always still, I mean, there's still kind of the optimistic point of view, right? I had 50% before the tournament started, right? and these kind of things.
Yeah.
So you can always look at things well, kind of in a nice way. Okay, you were requesting MVL and Shankland. Is that correct? Right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, MVL and Shankland, the one that you said is very, very simplified and possibly drawish. By the looks of it.
Yeah, someone says, yeah, I haven't lost to Magnus yet.
Yeah, and brilliant. Yeah. So hold on, keep up the good job. Yeah.
Can't lose against him if you don't play him.
Yeah. No, I can tell you more, that I have 100% score in classical chess against Hikaru Nakamura, Teimur Rajabov, and possibly someone else. And the funniest part is that they have no chance whatsoever to equalize, because I'll never play them anymore.
That's one way to say it. You can just leave out the last part. You can just say they have no way to equalize.
No way to equalize. Yeah, just catch them when they're young. Okay, I mean,
oh no.
Yeah, like you can still make a big deal of beating 12-year-old Rajabov nowadays.
Yes.
Okay. So, as you said, it looks kind of equalish, right? Looks equalish, but I'm not sure if it's entirely drawish, this one. First of all, I'm not sure who is better. Okay, if black captures on h8, he accepts that he's not better at all. Yeah, okay. So for black to be better, his king is kind of safe on a6, right? And I would be looking for the way. It's probably there was no way, right? But if we get the rook to the second rank and try to come up with some sort of an attack of our own, then maybe it'd be something, yeah, especially after this board glitched, and in my version it was an extra piece for black, right?
Of course.
Yeah, there was
holding on to the rook.
Yeah, okay. So rook takes h8, rook takes h8, king b7. So
I think we have another result. Chad is saying there's another result between Vityogov and Evgenij.
And this must be a draw as well, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So over here, I believe the game might last for a little bit, but once again, black is so solid. I don't think black loses this one without the f6 pawn. Obviously, white's chances would be much higher without the f-pawn, but I don't think black loses if he plays it correctly. And with the f6 pawn, black is totally safe, and white simply never loses this one either. So that's very likely a draw once again. Oh, what a brilliant question. Not the one with the hoodie. I mean, that's a brilliant one, but already seen. Let's confirm on Vidyogov's draw if it is a draw, and then is it official, Jesse? Can you check? Yeah. Okay. So
no, it's official. Don't worry.
Yeah. So that's another draw. And shall we answer this one? What's your thought? It's interesting, Jesse. What's your thought? Talented at chess.
I think there is talent in chess, especially when you have a classroom full of kids and they're all learning at the same pace. There's always going to be maybe a handful who understand it a lot better and a lot quicker than others. And that's usually the talent you gotta nurture. And of course, you have those who love the game, who maybe feel as though they lack the talent, but they'll put in the hard work and it'll all even out. So I think that talent does exist, but talent alone cannot get you far. You have to put in the work too.
Yeah, that's interesting, because once again, there might be different descriptions of talent on different levels, strangely enough. Yeah, because when this kid's example, obviously the one who kind of sees things faster, understands faster, apparently is kind of more talented from the group, right? Or we would say so. But then when it comes to, I don't know, international master / grandmaster level, you realize that working on chess constantly, kind of 5-6 hours a day, this is the real talent. Because by that point, we've all learned things that we were supposed to learn, right? We can calculate lines, someone better, someone a little bit worse at calculation. We do understand some plans, some positions. Yeah, Magnus understands everything. But kind of keep working or being, let's say, honestly, my idol in the game still is Boris Gelfand. I mean, he's kind of almost retired, but whenever you have a chess conversation, you can see he loves the game, he's passionate about the game, he's still kind of keen learning new things, and his eyes are shining every time he's talking chess. So that's
amazing.
That's, love for the game, exactly as you mentioned.
But as you mentioned as well, working hard, I mean, especially when you get to that point where you're a grandmaster, you want to improve and so on. But then the talent is no longer chess related. That's discipline related. I don't have the talent for discipline. So yeah, time management is important.
Okay, so what's the situation right now? So we have 2 draws. We actually have like move 34. Move 34, and I'm just looking at the games that will finish in a draw quickly. So that's I'm kind of checking. This can be a draw if they want, if they won't insist on playing it on, which they shouldn't, in my opinion. Is white ever better here? I'm trying to understand. Yeah, like not. I mean, the material is absolutely fine, right? This 96 and then attacking c7 or 96 knight d8 checks. I mean, it's somewhat disturbing because I can't find. I mean, there should be the way, but I can't find the way I'd be kind of 100% satisfied with. Like how you want to meet it with black. This 96 idea. Could it
trade the bishop?
Could it be?
And make...
Could it be like b5? Yeah, like how do you trade? I mean, bishop d7. He'll play knight d5 then, and then rook h7. I mean, it's still.
But otherwise, there's knight e6, knight d8.
A little bit annoying, yeah. A little bit
because
annoying.
Because the king just came back to b7.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe this, strangely enough. So you go b5, which does create weaknesses, but perhaps the knight on d6 should secure you. And then knight e6, you go king b6. You probably drop the... You don't even drop the f-pawn now, I realize. Yeah, if the f-pawn attacked, you just move it forward. And maybe this is kind of unbreakable. Maybe this is sort of unbreakable. Yeah, and then you're free to trade more pawns like that. Just go up the board with the a pawn.
Do you think maybe it's a good idea to play something like b4 here? Because then you're playing b4. Yes, you're allowing with white.
Ah, with white. No, but wait. But how do you b4? I'll take, right?
Yeah, taking and then knight to d4.
Yeah, but it's not clear. I mean, there might be the moment in this game when I would think, okay, maybe I should consider playing for a win with black. I mean, if you'd give me a couple of pawns more, because strangely, yeah, I understand there was a plan for a check, yeah, and maybe winning the b. But first of all, the b pawn is not even, yeah, the knight on d6. Just pay attention. This knight on d6, it kind of controls literally everything.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it protects the b5,
Yeah.
No, it still has to be with some knight e6 or knight d5 trying to win the pawn, but yeah, I think objectively it should be no problem for black. Let's move on. Let's actually check Predke with Wesley So, something that we haven't done for quite a while.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Alexander Predke, once again a reminder, is a sole leader in this group of monsters. MVL, Shankland and Wesley So, right? Beating MVL with white in 23 moves obviously counts for something. Let's see what happens in his game against Wesley So. Whoa, something indeed happens. Something indeed happens. I mean, there have been quite a few moves. I'm not coming back to the position we left it. But yeah, but let's look here. What Wesley So could be thinking about. Because whenever you see such position, you have to accept it's sort of surprising, right? I mean, one guy captured on a6, the other guy is thinking. What's going on? Why not be a6 instantly and then think after white's move? So apparently he's considering something else. The only quote-unquote something else I can come up with is like you play c5 with the tempo, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Rook e1, yeah.
Q1.
Rook e1,
yeah, I'm trying to understand
no. That's. I think it's stupid. No, I think he's supposed to take, just that. Let's move, yeah. The other reason for thinking after b takes a6 would be 5 moves later, if it would come along with the draw offer. But now it's move 25, so we are safe, right? I mean, sometimes, like, I'd be as quirky as that. I would take on a6 and offer you a draw, and then would make you look ridiculous while you're thinking to accept or not to accept the draw, and not about not about your next move, right? And c5.
You went with
wait
c5.
a second, the c5's played. What's that?
Yeah.
So he does want to play c5. I don't believe it. Wait.
He's going for a fight.
Fight? What kind of a fight? Rook e1, he will have to go to f8, I'm afraid.
What if... Oh...
Where the knight... well, maybe there is nothing yet. I wanted to pretend there is something dramatic going on, but maybe it's absolutely...
So you're saying rook e1, queen f8, and then taking on b7, and it's just... Oh, but he can't take on b7 because he has to move the knight.
Yeah, takes on b7, takes on d4, and then... Yeah, somehow I probably... Yeah, rook e1 is already played, yeah. I probably can't really connect the pawns, right? I'll simply lose b7, as sad as it is. Because I was hoping for some sort of rook b1, you know, or queen b3, and then either this or the c pawn.
Something dramatic.
Yeah, or the c pawn reaching b7 to create a total mess, potentially winning chances for white. But I'm afraid white can't do any of those. So rook e1, queen f8's already on the board, and then yeah, knight has to move, and then he finally will recapture on a6. 8 draws day, or we think there's realistic winning chances. We'll see. I'm not sure about Aronian's game. I think he's better. Like, you know, within a draw margin. I mean, last time we've seen, I don't know, maybe something has changed. But it's annoying to play such positions. Then, what else do we have? And related question, how's Naka doing? Yeah, Naka's board is full of pieces, so I wouldn't claim that one of them is winning, but then yet again to declare today is a kind of eight draws day would be a little bit too early, right?
I mean, what if Alan is asking, how is Naka really doing? Like, how is he doing today? Is he okay? Is he feeling good?
I hope so. Hope so.
Yeah. Well, could we take a look at Kamer's game again? I know, just briefly, and then we can move on to maybe Tabatabai versus Giri.
Kamer's game, yeah.
Just for a little moment.
Yeah, but not much happening. As we did. Well, there is something happening. I don't like that he played Queen e6. Was it necessary, really? Something's going on here. Wait a second. So this happened, rook e1, rook c8. So
maybe he should have taken the open file instead.
You mean after knight e?
But then rook c8 anyway.
After knight e. No. I mean, black's queen e6. I don't really. I thought queen d6 with this ideas. Queen e6 going under this rook e1 thing. Rook c8.
But after queen d6, doesn't white have bishop to d2? Yeah.
You would protect the pawn, yeah, but instead you've played rook e1 now, right? So rook e1 seems like a better move to me. Okay, so
well, there was a move made, bishop to d2 was
bishop
played.
to d2 anyway. Okay, protect the rook.
And probably just trying to move the knight maybe
you can
somewhere.
move the queen to g3 now, and also one more idea, that you can move the knight to c5, right? Go knight d3, queen goes, you go to c5, and then it's a big question if black is happy going for this opposite colored endgame, right? I mean, okay, let me try to illustrate it. Black will, okay, let's just lose a tempo for whatever reason. After knight d3, let's go queen g6, knight c5, and I mean this kind of endgame. It's opposite colors, yeah, but I think it's very bad for black. Might be just lost for black, to be honest. mean, that's a passed pawn. So efficiently, it's like 2 extra pawns, right? A6 and b5 are controlled by the bishop, so very hard to break through. c5 is the passed pawn. Potentially, I have another passed pawn on the king side. Yeah, I think that'd be a very bad scenario. And on the other hand, if this knight ever lands there, it's not very easy to tolerate it forever, right? I mean, it'll be attacking a6, it'll be disrupting a lot of black's plans. So, yeah, black should take care and try not to allow knight d3, knight c5.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was looking as well at putting the queen on the g file and then playing something like bishop to e4. But this queen on b3 is actually so annoying for black, I'm sure, because it's always defending the third rank, so there's no real threats.
Yeah, meanwhile, we can see another game has finished. It's a draw for MVL and Sam Shankland. So one more time, kind of a reminder on how important Predke's game is, right?
Yeah, we do have another result. So Vashtilagraf versus Shankland ended in a draw.
Yeah, so 3 draws so far, right? Or is it? I'm confused.
3 draws.
3 draws.
Yes, 3 draws
Dubov,
with 5 games remaining.
Dubov, Vityugov, and MVL. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So what do we do? Do we do the yesterday's trick, which was stay till everyone reaches move 40, or was it too hard? Or shall we ask for a break maybe? Because it's been 1 hour 40 on air, and now since we've got few results, and maybe even we'll catch up the press conference if there will be one. Right, maybe that's not a bad time to take a short breather and then come back. Still 5 games in progress. Those Pool A games perhaps will kind of sharpen up before the time control, so there'll be a lot of stuff to talk about. And you guys at home, obviously, very welcome to shoot questions, and we'll try to answer them. I like it much more, and it's since I was asked about the hoodie. Yeah, I mean, I'm all yours, guys. Ask questions. Yeah.
Are you guys besties? You dodgy besties.
Yeah.
Very nice. But we'll be back soon and grab some snacks. And we'll see you in a bit.
Nikita Vityugov and Yu Yangi just finished the game in a draw. So how was it today? How was the game developing?
It was a normal game. You surprised me with the first move, because normally he plays Petrov, yes, and I went up for a bit harmless line with bishop b5 check, and well, I mean, I think at the end, yeah, during the game I had some possibilities to play more active, yeah, but somehow I wasn't able to find a proper way to, you know, to create some problems for black.
You decided to play move c5 today, which was surprising for everyone. And why did you make this decision? You were tired after yesterday, Petrov?
Yes, because yesterday my opening position is very bad. Today I want to change opening. Yeah.
Nikita, did you prepare for the whole evening to Petrov yesterday?
No, of course not. I mean, yes, it wasn't that big surprise, because you already played even with me c5, and yeah, we had many games. So yeah, okay, of course I had some ideas, not big ones, of course, but something to play. Yeah. But
2 games with white pieces. Is it pleasant to play with white, to start the tournament like that?
I think it's pleasant to play good, yeah, and to make some points, yeah, and with white, yeah, it's from one point it's easier, but you have more responsibility, yeah. So now we have only one white game in the tournament, so no, but it's a fine result, 1.5 out of 2. So
So far, so good. Also to keep black well. Did you also analyze your game from yesterday, and did you find some chances for yourself too?
Yeah, yesterday I will go back hotel. Yeah, I check last position, but the computer is saying maybe I slightly better. I think it's okay. Yeah.
Still, the result is okay so far.
Yes, because yesterday black, today is black. Maybe I hope tomorrow maybe I fighting game.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments and all the best in the next round. Thank you. Maxim, Sam, it was an interesting fight in Berlin. We are in Berlin also. So how was it going today?
Yeah, so I played this line with King C8 and F5, which strategically speaking is quite risky for black because he accepts this weak pawn on F6. So, you know, there's much more solid lines in the Berlin you could choose, but I was looking for a more dynamic fighting game because black can get into real trouble doing this. So, like, don't try this at home, kids. But yeah, once rook takes g4 came on the board, my first thought was I have to be playing for an advantage here, but I couldn't find it. I wouldn't be surprised if the machine gives me a slight edge somewhere, but nothing more, and I just couldn't find it during the game. And so at some point I thought I might as well just make this draw and go home. And I don't think he can try anything with the extra exchange in the end. I think it's a very easy fortress.
Yeah. Maxim, were you ready for all those lines today?
Yeah, I thought so, but then over the board I felt like I should have some options, but when it came to the critical moment, I couldn't find anything constructive.
What critical moments do you mean? I think there were a
when
few.
Okay, so when I play rook a1, I do a rook takes g4, where I thought, you know, maybe I'll have some chance, but I couldn't be sure, and well, over the board I definitely didn't have any chance, so maybe that was wrong, but so my first thought was rook g1 instead, but then after bishop c6, king b7 and rook g8 next, it's very solid. Like, I can bring my knight to e3, which was my plan, but then with both rooks over the board, I really don't think it's anything. So I'll have to look at it and see where I can do something, but over the board at least I couldn't find anything great for me.
Yeah. Any other comments, I mean, on what Maxim just said?
No, I mean, it makes sense. Of course, you know, this line is very risky for black, so he's right to think that, you know, you should be able to try something. But there's basically different ways you can develop this bishop. You can put it on f4, you can play b3, bishop b2, you can play knight e4, bishop d2, bishop c3. All of them require very different ways for black to play, and I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere white can show an advantage. And I found in preparation there's a lot of positions like where you just need to find an only move. So. But yeah, I chose something provocative, and I'm glad it worked out as an easy draw for black. But
Yeah, until which moment did you know the theory?
I definitely had it up to rook f7, and there's this funny line, if I recall. I thought most critical was a4, and there's this key points that I can go hg4, hg4, a5, and after knight b5 I have only move rook g7, and black is okay. I didn't think putting the bishop on f4 was the best plan. I thought the best thing white can try to do is coordinate with the bishop on the long diagonal, and then the king eventually on f4 with the knight on e4, and if he can pull that off, he basically just wins the game. But well, I thought it was sort of okay. But yeah, I definitely had it to rook f7. I don't remember checking rook d3. I might have had that as well. But once I started thinking, I didn't really like my position if I didn't do exactly what I did. So, yeah.
Now that there was a Berlin wall in this game, I just wanted to ask you if you have seen the remainings of the wall, and also have you been to the museum?
I did see the remains of the Berlin Wall. I have not gone to the museum, but yeah, you know, it felt like an appropriate opening to play the Berlin in Berlin. I also just published a course online about it. I did not follow my recommendations this time. I played something much riskier, but yeah, it was I guess a fitting opening choice for the venue.
What about you, Maxim? Have you seen?
I didn't go to the museum, but I did go to see the remains, but not now, but a few months ago when I was playing Bundesliga, which was basically actually 100 meters from this place. So.
When you saw the wall, have you thought about chess at this moment in the opening?
No, I didn't think about chess so much. I thought about my dad, who was, he grew up in Germany actually. He's American. My grandparents are from the US, but after World War II was over, my grandfather stayed around to try to rebuild Germany once. He had been a soldier before, but then once it was all over. So, but my dad always told me, I could never cross that wall because it was still around when he was growing up. So I guess I thought about him a little bit.
Wow, what an interesting story, actually. Maxime, what about you?
I mean, there were some thoughts, but definitely not chess related.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your comments. All the best in the next round.
Okay, and here we are back right at the right time, I wanted to say. Yeah. Nakamura and Esipenko playing each other, reminder, yeah. And now I'm looking at it, I'm not quite sure if Naka, I mean, if what he's done is correct. I don't like his position at all, to be honest.
I was going to ask how you feel about this game right now and sort of how Hikaru is sitting in his chair. His posture doesn't convince us that he's comfortable.
Yeah. Look, I mean, current position, and well, interestingly, like I wouldn't be unhappy capturing on f4, for instance, with black, right? Even though bishop g3, well, maybe bishop g3, I tend to overestimate exchange sacrifices, I have to confess. I wanted to sacrifice an exchange on b8. Yeah, but anyway, queen e6 pins the knight, right? b4 will be lost sooner or later. So potentially we are talking like blockade on d5, b4 pawn gone, simply bishop takes b4, you cannot really guard it. I like black. And
so
we
were told that
one more
game
result. Aronian and Aparian finished. It's a draw apparently. Right, 3 pawns
I
each.
think someone actually predicted in chat that there would be 8 draws today.
Draws. Well, so far so good. Four out of 4. But we still have hope, right? We still have hope.
A lot of hope.
Yeah, so draw for Aronian and Aparian means Aronian remains on +1 only, and maybe a chance for Esipenko if he beats Hikaru somehow from this position.
So we blinked and there were 2 moves made?
Yeah, queen e2, I don't know if b4 will be,
queen
queen
e6,
e6, queen e2, the knight needed to be unpinned.
Are we having a slight repeat? Because I know in Berlin we had Hikaru versus Esipenko, and I think that there was a bit of a struggle, and Hikaru actually scored a draw, which is what he needed to get to the semi-finals.
So you think, yeah, I mean, today is a little bit different, right? I mean, first of all, it's not clear what he needs to score, right? Looking at the position, yes, of course, you probably stopped dreaming about winning this one already. But, well, who knows? I mean, for the time being, it doesn't look as bad as the last time. It's worse for white, but it's not without a hope. It's not without a hope. Okay, and Esipenko is looking at different opportunities. I can imagine, I mean, this is the easiest thing to do, to take on b4, attack the rook, then rook goes to d1. And white is planning on knight e3, and then d5 and f5 potentially. And if you're not careful, in fact, you might end up being even worse with black, like bishop d5, let's say white goes here. And then you forget to play, I think f5 here is what you need to do. And if you don't, then white goes f5, plays bishop g3, all of a sudden white's very active. So still, yeah, I would prefer black, but I'm not sure if, if black is absolutely safe. So he has to be accurate as well. There was a question on Grandmaster's tactics routine, kind of. What do you do? Yeah, I think you just consider yourself to be that cool that you stop doing tactics. And if seriously, I think, well, now with this chess.com and other puzzles collections, right? I mean, there are basically on every major site now, along with playing chess, you can solve chess. You basically have no problem. You just go online and here you go, exercises as many as you wish, right? I mean, themed this way, that way, structured by rating and so on. Right, before that, I would use like some books in the past, but then databases, right? So specific database. I'm very keen on solving studies, for instance. So I would have a database with, God knows, 50,000 studies or something like that, and then you pick at random, and sometimes you solve, sometimes you don't. But yeah.
50,000. At what point do you commit those 50,000 to memory, or not to memory?
You don't memorize. No,
rather, it's absorbing the concept of the puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, there's still you are learning something. I mean, by solving the puzzle, you're learning something, and moreover, you kind of exercise the right muscle, right? So of concentrating, calculating, and so on. So it's not that you memorizing the position because there is a chance it will happen later. No, just that. Yeah, I mean, some patterns they still kind of fall into subconscious, and then it pops up when it's needed, right?
Yeah, I was always asking my coach this question. I was like, when I was much younger, I was like, why are we learning? Why are we doing these tactics? Why are we studying these positions? What is the likelihood of getting this exact position in my game? And he would often remind me, listen, it's not about this exact position, but rather the concept we are taking from this, and then learning the concept and grasping that idea.
Yeah.
And once you have the idea, you're likely to get a position like this in your game. And he was right. I was always sort of achieving some sort of idea in a position. And there was even one game in a national championship where I got this endgame. It was 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, and our kings were sort of distracted. And it's where, the pawns are in the 7th, and then 3 pawns on the 5th, and you're somehow getting that, And she looked at me, she's like, I'm not even mad that I lost that game. I was completely winning. She says, but it was something out of a book, and that made me feel so happy, and that stuck with me, and it was probably the only moment I got like a book ending. But it's something that sticks with you, sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, just we as any other who exercise on tactics, we solve tactics, right?
Yeah. You said the 50,000 puzzle database, and it's a question that I pushed through as well to appear on screen, but I don't think we'll get it in the next few seconds. But is it a book?
No.
Is it like a well-known database?
No, it's not a book. It was. It might have been more. It's not the exact 50,000. Just some database assembled, I believe, from composing contests. I think.
Okay.
I think so. So those chess composers, they also compete. Who comes up with kind of the better puzzle every half a year or every year? I'm not sure. There are tournaments and so on. So what I mean, there was a database which was combined of some classical stuff and then kind of modern puzzles. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, I mean, whenever you get experience, you probably pick the names of the few guys you like. Because puzzles, they can be, or rather, endgame studies, right? They can be of various authors, various themes, and so on and so on. Some look like a position came from a real game, some absolutely don't. As I was describing, you look at it and you think, okay, pieces were thrown out at random at the board, right? and you find kind of your composers, and then you try to solve their material, by doing this. Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, I like what Esipenko is doing, because he managed to force Hikaru, or convince Hikaru. I'm not sure if Hikaru was forced to do that, but now the knight is on d2 and the bishop's on e3, and it's much more passive for white. So he captured before with the rook, not with the bishop. That way, making sure that knight e3 would cost white a pawn, right? Knight e3, rook takes d4. So Hikaru decided to go bishop e3, and after bishop d5, the knight was pushed away. Now, returning to our discussion, knight e5 now, black can actually, and probably will, play f6, right, forcing the knight to g4. So therefore Hikaru goes back to d2, and this is not a pleasant position by any means. I mean, it's not hopeless. He can fight, he can try, and probably will try to put up some sort of a blockade on the dark squares, right? So that
on the dark squares.
Like
so you think maybe if Esipenko plays f5 here, that he loses this chance at like f6 maybe, and the knight can go back.
You mean, but knight can't go back that
Not
easily,
necessarily.
right?
Not right
can't
now,
go
yeah.
back that easily. f5 could be a part of a plan of going f5, bishop d6, and then even, God knows, g5 in the right moment. Alternatively, okay, that's a big debate in this position. Look, we go f5, we go g6, for instance. We go g6, we put the bishop on g7, and then, if luck is on our side, we win the d4 pawn. Bishop takes, rook takes. Let's imagine all that happen, and I will make it happen by white skipping the moves and black playing this move. Sorry. I just want to talk about this one. As attractive as it looks, it might be just a draw if white is on time with knight e3. Imagine, black won the pawn on d4, white gets the knight on e3, and it's a fortress, simply. White can exchange literally anything, just keep the knight against the bishop. So that's one of the ideas, in fact. That's one of the ideas for Naka to defend this position. And he's also like incredibly, I don't know, gifted or incredibly experienced practical player. So he speeds up right at the moment where Esipenko kind of feels a little bit uncertain, right? So I don't know if you've noticed, but when we started to talk about this game, they were equal on the clock. And then Esipenko spent some time, and Hikaru, he speeds up, so, well, a little pressure on the clock as well. And now, talking about his posture, you can see that it changed a little bit, so he's a little bit more comfortable now, at least seems to be. So, well, playing this mental game.
Yeah, I was wondering, maybe you got to put on this facade that you're sort of confident you'll come back in the game, maybe fixing your posture, tricking your opponent in a way. He knows that he's more experienced than his opponent. I mean, Esipenko is the youngest participant in the Grand Prix, I think.
Kama, perhaps.
Alongside
Kama might be younger, but yeah.
Let me do some research.
I think we have one more result, and I'm not sure. Okay, if the game ends that quickly, it must be a draw then. It must be a draw. Let me see. Pretken, Wesley, Saw.
I think so. I think they must have agreed on a draw, 100%.
Yeah, rook d1. I mean, if it ended right here, it must be a draw.
Yes, I don't think anything fancy
yeah.
happened. Alrighty, so we're on our way. We have 5 draws with 3 results remaining. We still have Tabatabai versus Giri, and Dominguez versus Kamer, and Nakamura versus Esipenko.
Yeah.
So this is the game that we were looking at, although would you like to take a look at the final position?
Yeah, well, there's not much to discuss, apparently, right? I mean, they just... Yeah, I mean, still, like... yeah, if I'm allowed to continue this, I'm not sure if I am. Yeah, takes here, king goes to h2, I reckon, and then queen a4, wins a pawn.
Yeah.
But at the very least, yeah, I was thinking maybe white comes up with some sort of an attack, but no, he just takes back the c5 pawn. And yeah... yeah, I mean, white has the knight on f5 once again. If anyone... It's white who can be slightly better, but apparently no one is better here. And that's why they've agreed to draw. So we have, what, Tabatabai and Giri. I think we haven't checked for ages. How about this one, yeah? How about this one? Let's look.
Other than the uneven pawn structure, they're equal material.
Yeah, but
anything else you want to add?
Yeah, let's see. I want to bring it up on the board.
Ah, okay, sure. Let's take a look.
Yeah, and I'm trying to recall what was the opening even, without looking at the game. I'm just testing myself. I mean, that's not an easy task, 8 games simultaneously. It's
That's
like
true.
when you do World Cup, like early stages, there's way too many.
There's a lot to take a look at.
Yeah, but
that's true, actually.
But it's way too many, so you're kind of given up. You're not trying to memorize. Like 5 games.
Well, I can promise you something.
Yeah,
It wasn't a Giuoco Piano. And it wasn't a Riley Pierce.
Okay.
Which doesn't leave us with a lot.
It doesn't leave us with a lot, yeah. And, okay, let me see. No, I've really forgotten. This Slav, yeah, the exchange Slav thing.
I don't know how you did that, honestly. I had to go back and check. Just to recall.
Yeah, so what's happening now? Knight d2 being the last move. Already some changes here and there. Who's playing for what? I mean, would be my first question. Who wants what in this position? After knight d2...
I think the knight wants to become the family of the white pieces. And... black wants to become the family of the white pieces with the knight.
Yeah.
And white wants to infiltrate the 7th rank.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Like rook b7, rook c7, I wouldn't mind for sure. Black,
so what happens?
Oddly enough, can take on f3 intermediate, because it's with the check. If you want to attack the knight, here comes another check, and if you want to attack the knight, otherwise you give black a chance to take on b5, right? So you want to attack the knight, and here comes the 3rd check in a row, and then you won 3 checks game, right?
Nice.
Yeah, but seriously, after this check, what do we... He has already done something, so I'm updating. After this check, he did go to g2, but after check on h4, he went to f1, so that after a takes b5, he goes knight d4. Yeah, that's probably is a clear-cut way of making a draw, simply because the knight is cut off, right? So the moment you return the knight to f5, white happily trades, and then the b-pawn might also fall. So now, rook b8, knight goes to c6, and you probably lose. This rook goes to b8. Among other things, white has rook d7, threatening rook c7 to double on the 7th rank, right? And then you perhaps change your mind and go back, because otherwise it's really...
because you don't want him to drop
it's really threatening. So I think white can kind of force a draw by going
But I can imagine how annoying the knights on d4 can be.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very powerful piece, right? And also, yeah, like always that there's going to be some threat. Yeah, so white's not worse. The question is there like a super duper comfortable way for black to make a draw? Yeah, there is. It's knight f5. Then white takes.
I was looking at g5 and I'm not sure how I feel about g5. Just to let the knight come back to g6 in case.
Yeah.
Now you're allowing the knight to get to f5 as well.
Yeah, I think just go to f5 and agree a draw happily. Or maybe rook d5, rook b7, knight f5 if this holds. I mean, I'm not sure. Probably does, yeah.
Yeah.
The only worry that I had was rook c7, and then because I'm kind of scared of these things when someone has two rooks on the 7th rank. Maybe there is still nothing, you know, but it's kind of doesn't feel right to give your opponent this chance of having two rooks on the 7th rank. It's actually absolutely nothing because you can play rook h5 and guard the h7 pawn, check, and you go here. Looks ugly, but you are safe. Okay, so yeah, it will be 6 out of 6 draws. That is. Will we? Yeah, will
draws.
this person whoever called for 8 draws today, will he be a kind of prophet in the chat? That'd be prophet. Yeah,
so he
prophet.
has to be in chat every day.
And inform us early so that we can be, you know, that'd be funny. So, like, I believe this tournament is broadcasted on different platforms, right? But only the official broadcast knows the results before the games are played, right? so yeah, we would really appreciate if you'd show up every day, whoever called for 8 draws. Back to Naka.
So he can tell us what the results are. We can just forward that to the players and call it an early day.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, does Naka struggle here? I'm actually kind of liking his chances less and less. Okay, so what he's done was, wait a second, it jumps all the time. I want to show this. Like all the rooks got traded, not even all the rooks got traded, but yeah, potential to trade all the rooks, and then queen f1. So black only needs to get the dark square bishop into action. I'm not sure how he's doing this. And what Nakamura wants, he wants queen c1 apparently. I just realized, let's say black goes g6 in order to play bishop g7, whatever. He doesn't want to take, but instead he wants to play queen c1, target the rook so that you have to take, then queen to b1, and I assume this is a draw. Once again, just a fortress, right? Knight d2.
What about? Oh, I see.
Yeah,
okay.
and if you don't.
I was looking at bishop to b4. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, but then
even
knight
so,
d2,
then
knight
it's
d2,
just the same. Yeah.
Knight d2. You know what? It'd be ironic if bishop b4 and then a draw, because if you recall, what was Esipenko's position yesterday? It was his game with Aparin when he had 2 bishops, and at some point there was a knight on b8, kind of cut off from the game with the bishop on b5.
I remember.
So it's the same pattern. It's the same draw again. So
you'll have some deja vu, I think.
Yeah. So how much disappointed one can be? Like I'm constantly getting this miraculous 2 bishops advantage everyone's talking about. Yeah, and yet it's another draw. I mean, what's that?
Well, you were right about Hikaru's speed, and here he's waiting for Esipenko to make a move. I mean, Esipenko just dropped below 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And he has 5 minutes to play, or 4.5 minutes to play 6 moves. So we'll see.
Yeah, so it's not clear. It's not clear if anything to be done here. Well, what you could potentially... no, it's better not to do anything fancy against Hikaru. I was thinking like trade and then... okay, very clever. Another game. Let's check. Dominguez against Keima. Because I was running out of ideas for Hikaru and Esipenko. So Dominguez against Keima. Well, not much has changed.
The queen is no longer on b3. He ended up playing
Yeah.
f3 just to really stop this bishop from reaching the 4th rank.
Yes, so what he did was bishop c2, bishop d6, and then the knight got exchanged, right? And knight c4. So Dominguez was the one to exchange the knight. That's interesting. Takes here, takes here. Well. Once again, I'm ready to say if white consolidates, it'll be an unpleasant game for black. And by white's consolidates, if white gets the bishop to this diagonal, I don't know how to do it yet. So basically, let's agree. I play bishop f4 and you don't take. You go queen, don't know, c6, protecting a6. And then I think somehow slowly, possibly even in the endgame, maybe you want to trade the queens and keep the rooks. You'll start with all that, like g4, and then the bishop all of a sudden is somewhat restricted. If bishop e6, you'll get the king to g3, you'll march with the h-pawn, and so on. So it's not necessarily there is a winning plan for white, maybe there isn't, but there is a plan, and then you just go and play your plan and see if your opponent can defend it. Why Sam Shankland's name in capitals? I don't know.
Because they're shouting his surname.
I think you're on a special request from Sam Shankland. Can it be this? I mean, can I be capitalized? I mean, if you don't mind, guys. I mean, there wasn't kind of a...
He was capitalizing on his moves today.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. So we basically have to shout like Shankland, the same way as Sparta was shouted in this. Yeah,
this is Shankland.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, brilliant! I like that.
Okay, so.
So what do you think here with the queen going to d6, taking over the dark squares, but there's opposite color bishops? Do you think that white still holds an advantage with the extra pawn?
Yeah, well, that's a very serious question because exactly as I said, I mean, if you get the bishop out, you probably do, but I don't see the way, right? And yeah, by the way, for Giri, there is a little bit of development. And I wonder, Giri's down to 3 minutes only. We can double check what happens there. Move 37, so no worries here. No worries. Knight d4, rook d to b8. And Tabatabai is not at the board. Or is he? Rook b1. Rook b1. So he decided against those fancy rook d7 decisions, but just attack the b pawn and Giri goes rook b6, so I think, perhaps it's just a draw anytime soon. Or am I too naive? Could this be? Look, rook takes b5 I thought was draw anytime soon. But then, what happens if black gives a check? You have to go to e2. I give another check. And that's a big question, because I can't block on c2 yet. If I go to d3, you'll trade and take on f2, right? Oopsie, and then everything is once again destroyed. I don't like this software very much, to be honest. Oops. So my point was...
someone mentioned that's how Shankland hypes himself up in the bathroom between moves.
Okay.
He'll look at himself in the mirror and just be like, this is Shankland. Yes.
So,
okay. Anyway, back to the game.
I thought if you end up with the king on e1, then after rook f6, there might be issues. There might be issues because, this is something you don't want to do. f2 is hanging. So maybe not such a straightforward draw after all. Maybe not such a straightforward draw, and quite possibly, now I'm being honest, quite possibly this is rook b1 to blame for it. Because after rook d7, if he would have played rook d7, I honestly don't think you can allow rook c7. So perhaps it would have been just, just a draw. Maybe there is
So
a
how
better
would
way.
you then
know.
stop
Maybe
the
there is a
pawn?
better way of taking
Yeah.
over this pawn. Maybe there is a better way
So
of
maybe rook b4, stopping it?
rook b4, but then you run into the same thing, like two checks,
The same
right?
thing, okay.
Yeah. Now, I was actually thinking, since the knight's not moving, maybe on contrary, you're kind of trying to provoke it go. So rook c5, b4, rook c4. The moment black plays rook b8, maybe then you can say do this,
Okay.
block it, right? And
So as long as there's this chance that the rook can take the a file and maybe just come down to a1 or something like that.
Yeah, like rook a1, rook a2 is what I find particularly annoying. But yeah, but this game might pass the time control. Yeah, I think Giri might be
37.
interested in like kind of dragging the game over. And he
So maybe rook c2 first, then rook b4.
That's also a valid point. You can
Because then
you can play
you can
rook
always hide the king
c2, and
on
now this
e2.
is hanging. Yeah, no, but then black goes b4 anyway, right? Black goes b4 anyway, and it doesn't matter whether if you went to c5 or you went to c2, right? Because you probably have to attack it anyway. Maybe you can do with this, like rook b2, rook b8, and then knight c2. It's a little bit ugly, but you probably win it back.
Okay.
And then just take, right? Knight f3, you have
Yeah.
king e2 to avoid the check. And then rook takes b4, and yeah. So let's agree this has to be a draw, but perhaps if anyone has to be careful, it's white. Yeah. So he went with rook c5.
And can we go back to Vincent's game?
Yes, sure. Let me see. And what for Hikaru? We kind of given up, or?
Not necessarily. We'll go back up.
Yeah. Okay. As for Vincent's game,
Yeah,
What
so
happened?
they've made 32 moves, and they have 8 moves to go until they receive an additional 30 minutes.
yeah.
But both are hovering around 5 minutes at the moment. And here it is Dominguez to think and to find a move. I'm not too sure. What would you recommend here? Because, of course, there's a clear threat of bishop takes h3.
Bishop h3, yeah. Have to think, honestly, because like one thing to consider, I mean, I want to go king h2, of course. I want to go king h2 with the same idea, like taking over the diagonal, right? But then not only you have a check, but you also have this rook c2, which might be a bit annoying. Like it's not threatening an awful lot for the time being, but still, like rook on the second rank, queen on g6, like you know, looking at this g2 pawn, it's a little bit meh. So I would look for a better move. Maybe it's just nothing to be done. Yeah, okay, he goes with g4, the move that I've mentioned, but I was hoping that the queens would come off first. Maybe g4 is still fine even with the queens on the board. So once again, the plan would be to go g4, then, I don't know, get king a little bit closer, ideally. I'm not sure what we do with the c file. You do not want to see black rook on c2, that's I'm sure. Unless you're planning to trade it, right? But then you might as well just go rook c1. After g4, what do we do, really? Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. So once again, I mean, if white somehow mysteriously would intercept the c file by putting the rook on c5 directly, like rook c1, you skip the move, I go rook c5. So now it would be much more annoying for black, because you don't want to trade on c5. You don't want to undouble my pawns and create an extra passed pawn, right? Like this, if, say, black goes bishop d7, white goes rook c1, which isn't a very likely scenario because rook e8 is here, but black can also just trade and say you're never winning this, you're a pawn up only, but my pieces are very active. And bishop d7 was played, by the way. Bishop d7 was played. It's move 33. Okay. So this will be, I wanted to say the most exciting tiebreak, but maybe there is not much excitement left. Yeah, maybe after all, Black just kind of solidifies himself and trades. Yeah, I believe like if rooks are traded, then it's a draw, same as both queens and rooks coming off the board.
Yeah.
So you.
Do you think with the bishop on d7 that rook c2 is still a major threat? I mean, I'm not sure if the bishop should then go to like c3 to protect it, or pushing b3 the pawn.
Yeah, it's not a major threat. I mean, major threat in terms of that I will have to trade this rook. I will not be able to tolerate this rook on c2. So if I want to try to play the game, yes, ideally I would prefer like playing bishop c3 and not allowing rook e8, which is of course impossible to do both. So, because rook e8 is also sort of a threat of simplifying. Yeah, it could be that there is just nothing to do. Queen e7, an active approach. Okay, that's something to talk about. Maybe queen e7.
Ooh, queen e7?
Queen e7, because it seems that I can take. No, I mean, it's not seems, it's sure that if you go rook e8, I can take. Oh, queen f4 is what he has done. Queen f4, this kind of allows rook c2, but maybe he's not afraid of it.
And ideally, you don't want to play bishop c3, because yes, it becomes a big pawn, but also you're stopping the rook from retreating and cutting off the entire file.
Yeah, it's a strange debate, right? I mean, let's say Black does something, we put the bishop on c3. Yes, it's a stupid kind of bad one pawn, yeah, but at the same time, it makes your rook feel fine on the e file, while. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to do a thing.
That's all right.
Yeah, this monitor, for some reason, it wants to save the power and therefore, like, wants to fall
wants
asleep.
To go to sleep.
Yeah.
It's just taking a nap.
At random. That's. I mean, I cannot really control it. Anyway, back we are. Yeah. So my explanation was, I mean, it's a little bit clumsy, right? But. The point was, yeah, the bishop on c3 is passive, but it makes the rook on c8 sort of passive, right? Rook e8, fair point. Let's trade the rooks, or I will go to e2 if you move, right? And if you're planning on bishop e3, then probably something like queen c2 happens, and then not the rook, but the queen penetrates in white's camp.
Yeah, there is a question. I don't think it'll show up anytime now. Maybe it can. But the question is...
Yeah, tell me.
Have you seen Shawshank Redemption? Shawshank Redemption.
So people, yeah, come up with all those puns, yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen the movie? I don't recall it. Yeah. By all means.
What do we do?
I think just bouncing from game to game at this point is indeed... I'm keeping a close eye on Tabatabai versus Giri at the moment. Now the knight is on f3, and he's putting pressure on the b4 pawn.
So you mean it's still not the end?
It's not the end. It still hasn't happened, and I thought maybe king e2 or king g2 here.
I know he captures. He captures on b4. Quote unquote blundering knight d2, but not really because
not quite.
Black
it's more like oh no, my rook.
Yeah. So I think that should be it. Unless
hopefully
I don't know.
Back.
Yeah, like rook takes. Can you be any serious about, say, playing this position for a win? No, I don't think so. Yeah, white has knight d4, and then you probably just trade, right? Okay, the very last trick. So knight d2, king g2, knight e4, attacking f2, and then white has knight e6 check. Because
Ooh,
otherwise,
nice.
strangely, white would be in trouble with such limited material, because you drop f2 and then, yeah, bad things can happen.
Not much.
But yeah, but you have a check and you take, and that's it.
And it may look like Anish Giri has lost on time, but he does have that additional 30 minutes on his clock, and they've both reached move 40, and of course naturally maybe you need to just take a break, take a walk or something like that, and get a refreshment, especially when you're in time trouble and you know that, okay, I can't move for the next 5 moves, I have to be sitting here. And so as soon as you hit move 40, you want to take a walk. There's no way.
Yeah, and for Naka and Esipenko, is it still... yeah, they've also reached the time control. And during all that time, I actually have to say that Naka improved his position a lot. I'm honestly not sure about Esipenko's decision not to trade the queens. So perhaps that was the moment to kind of call it quits, and then trade the queens, go bishop b4, agree a draw, whatever.
Okay. Well, surprisingly, for the last maybe 8 moves, I would say that Esipenko held a -1 advantage.
So it's still...
but I'm not sure how materialistic that is, or like rather realistic that is, in terms of, yes, the engine would say it's -1, but is it really an advantage?
Well, it is. I mean, if it says so, it is, of course. Yeah, it's just that I'm apparently blind and can't see why it is -1.
I don't quite understand myself.
Well, maybe he hides the king there, right? Then he goes like queen a2. I mean, I still can't find kind of the entry point, because the bishop on d5 is hanging, right? I mean, you move the bishop, queen goes, and then still you can't really leave d5, because white's going to play d5. I mean, if you say, okay, it's white to move. Could it be that the only problem for white is to find moves? Strangely, what white's supposed to do? Okay, let's say I go here after this check. I go here, and here we go. Yeah, and black is winning after bishop d4. So one out of 1. Yeah. Yeah, it could be that it's tricky. Yeah, it could be that it's tricky.
Yeah, this is the only game that hasn't reached time control yet. They still have 4 moves to go, and Kamer has 2 minutes on the clock to make these 4 moves.
Dominguez and Kamer. Yeah. Can we go to this one? 4 moves, and what was... there was this opposite colors, right.
And they've traded rooks. It seems.
Yeah. So,
the rooks just disappeared.
So captured, h4, queen e6. Okay, so here, this will go... I mean, this might be a long game, I have to say. Because now white has an option of going king f2, and if black kind of rearranges to the other file, also to play the move that we don't like. I mean, to play bishop c3. Oopsie. Stop updating. Game. King f2, queen c6. I mean, I want to play queen c2, right? And then bishop c3. And yes, the bishop is passive for now, but then you go h5. After this check, you go to g3. The king is safe, very importantly. And then you want to play h6. You want to open up the king. And the reason for that would be that when you start returning the bishop to more active position, right, you want to make sure that black won't be able to take the pawns because he's checkmated, right? So the idea of h6 is actually unpleasant in a practical game. So I think Dominguez might have chances. Okay, he decided... other way around. So he blocks the e file with bishop e3. Fair
And what
enough.
happens after queen to c6? Because now you can't really block the c file.
Yeah, but I think we'll learn this, because that's a very
Maybe bishop c1.
kind
or
of very
something.
likely to be played. No, I don't think we return. You probably sacrifice the b pawn. You know what? Maybe you
Okay,
just
then
go.
queen e5.
Maybe just go king f2. After this check, you go king g3, and when they take,
Provoking this.
yeah, when they take, you say, "Aha, gotcha," and you go queen b8, and you apparently win, because
Okay.
the bishop is attacked, and after king f8, you go bishop f4. And maybe you don't win. I mean, it was a nice story, right? I mean, but bishop d6 can be stopped with queen e2. I mean, I can't do anything. This thing keeps updating. King h7, okay.
It's teaching you patience, as chess would.
King h7, still insisting on, okay, h5 first, makes sense. But then I really insist on bringing the king to g3, or at least f2. Yeah, that's still, I mean, that's a tricky position. You know what? Strangely enough, now I've started to think about complete nonsense at first glance, but could it be that black's position is still problematic if the queens are off? Imagine the situation, like we get rid of the queens, but the king somehow gets very active, like on f4, or ideally...
I do have to mention there was another result,
and
if I may.
it's
Sorry
a
for
draw,
cutting you
yeah,
off.
it's a draw.
Yes.
Which one?
Giri and Tabatabai. Yes.
Okay. Then I consider a job to be done for today. 6 draws out of 6. No, wait. There's still 2 more moves to time control. No, stop, Miro, stop with nonsense. Winston's actually on seconds. I just realized. Winston's actually on seconds.
Oh, he is. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I don't know how accurate this is, but
gotta-
yeah, I mean, if
he's
he's on
gotta make
10
a
seconds,
move.
that's,
Oh my gosh.
you know,
He has to
f6.
make
Okay,
a
f6.
move. Okay.
f5? He went
F5?
f5. Wow. But this is
believe-
where it gets scary, really. I mean, f5. First of all, why would you force... Why would you force issues? Yeah, f5 is something I cannot really support. Yeah, Giri and Tabatabai, obviously, yeah, discussing a draw, but can we... I mean, probably there'll be an interview with these guys, yeah, but can we just go back to the time trouble? I mean, there's not much to talk about this one, which has finished, right? So yeah, after f5, Dominguez... no, wait a second. But what's that?
Oh, showing Hikaru.
But they made move 40. That's no longer...
Important.
No, I mean, it is important,
What was
but we have more time to look at it now. I mean,
This is true. Okay.
we have only
He
one
took-
game in, only one game
Time
with the time
trouble.
trouble, right?
Yes. Okay, they have to make. I think Dominguez just made his 40th
Yeah,
move.
FG,
Both of them
FG.
have.
Right.
Oh no!
Yeah.
It's Kamer's turn to make his
Kamer's
40th move.
turn to make his move 40, and Dominguez, stood up from the board, and okay, Kamer probably aware of himself being in a time trouble, but sometimes, imagine Dominguez having like little time playing on seconds, and Kamer would be comfortable on say 5 minutes, and this is a tricky situation when the time trouble's over for your opponent, and you might think, okay, so he stood up, we all made move 40, and there have been examples of people flagging themselves, losing on time on move 40, kind of having the time, sometimes having 10 minutes, because you just think, okay, something in your mind says, okay, he's in time trouble, right? So the moment he makes 40's move, the time trouble's over. Right.
No, it's definitely.
Yeah, bishop d7,
what to
which
do?
makes sense, of course. Yeah, bishop d7, and this is what Dominguez was planning for, so he'll play king g3 relatively fast, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, simply no alternative. You don't want this pawn to be taken. You don't want to go g5 because there's a check on h3. So king g3, you just do. And yeah, I mean, that's still not like an easiest draw of my life, I would say. Okay. So king to g3. Let's imagine, hypothetically, this situation. Queen f6. You would think, okay, what can possibly go wrong? It's one pawn. Yeah, it's one pawn only, one extra pawn only, right? In the opposite colored bishop's ending, right? And I'm afraid there might be problems there.
How would you deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm not ready to claim that it's winning because it's always like, you know, the thin.
You push the pawn.
Yeah, you push the pawn. So the plan.
And then you
basically.
go like bishop e3 maybe.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but you don't need to. The bishop cannot be taken. There'll be h7, right?
All right.
So king f4, and your plan is to get to this pawn first, right? Which cannot be protected.
Yeah.
And yeah, for the kind of illustrative, easy, I'll just make those moves, yeah. Because black obviously can protect d5, yeah? So I'm not...
Yeah. Fancy. That's like 2 pawns, right? So, I mean, has that?
Yeah, sorry, it was interrupted a little bit, yeah, but hopefully works fine now, yeah?
I hope so. I can hear you clearly.
So basically, I know, and I have to confess, I kind of skipped too many moves, yeah. So now it will be, yeah, let's pretend black actually defends the pawn. And then black actually improves the bishop, so not to make it look really silly. And then what happens? Okay, you keep the bishop now because h7 can be stopped. Then what happens? That everything is ruined by this silly computer. Okay, I can go back. I can go back happily. Bishop c4. And it turns out that the game is won thanks to this, you know, absolutely unimportant b2 pawn.
Unimportant?
Yeah, because you go
Goodness
b3. So if you don't have the b pawn, it's just a, you know, dead draw, the fortress, right? Bishop stands on c4, protects both pawns, so you shuffle with the king, nothing to be done. But thanks to this b2 pawn, you go b3, you distract the bishop from one of the pawns, and here you go, with 2 passes, you win. Of course, it's far from reality, very far from reality.
He saw this the moment they created that Oreo sandwich.
Not really. But speaking of patterns, I've lost a game once when the double pawn, I mean, I thought it was the fortress and well, it wasn't quite the same, but similar pattern that if it was the only one pawn on that file, it would be a draw. And from afar, I didn't realize, the second pawn, it actually does matter. So sometimes, you know, it can be important. Okay, so for Kama, I would advise, honestly, against queen f6 for now. Okay. I would try to keep, perhaps just to keep the bishop as is, keep the g4 pawn attacked, because for now, I don't actually see how white makes progress. Maybe by going to g5, okay, but what's
Imagine
then?
explaining that like a super advanced like player. Just be like, yeah, no, queen f6 is bad because of the b2 pawn.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're just like, what? What does that even mean?
No, I'm not sure if Queen f6 is bad. Once again, it's the problem with Queen f6 that you have to really make sure that it's a draw, right? And it, as you could have seen, it's a very long calculation, right? And maybe, imagine you make one mistake, right, and then you lose. So that's why, kind of from practical standpoint, you probably just don't play Queen f6. On the other hand, now that I'm thinking, I first thought that black can just shuffle and it's hard for white to improve the position, right? But maybe white has Queen f3 and then bishop f4 and then bishop to e5. If all that happens, maybe... Yeah, well, I think, yeah, it's actually a problematic position for black. Might be quite the opposite, that Queen f6 is like the good move, but yet again you have to make sure that it works. You have to kind of calculate it precisely, kind of entirely. So we are left with two games. We've passed the time control in both of them. So another visit to Nakamura before before doing my favorite thing. Going for the break.
Going for a short break.
Yeah, well, it only makes sense when, you know, when they are getting this half an hour thing, they'll certainly spend quite a lot of time, yeah? Not much has happened. So h4 and queen a2 indeed, and now the threat is to take the pawn on d4. Hikaru comes up with the check, which is okay. King goes to h7. I can play a move for Andrei Esipenko before he does. Because, yeah, I mean, not the only move in the position, but...
It's the recommended move. And
so
he came all the way back to
and
b1.
queen b1.
Yeah.
That's clever. That is clever. What's clever, I mean, having the king on h7, it doesn't change much. But, you know, in some lines, this little tactical nuance that the queen on b1 and the king on h7 are on the same diagonal. So it's a little thing, but maybe it matters. That's why Hikaru first started with a check. So now, can black actually take the pawn? No, but he doesn't win the pawn, right? Bishop d4, queen a2, check, and knight e4, and you're... Well, technically you are worse in this position. I mean, it's a dead draw once again, but if anyone, it's white who is kind of more active, right?
No, it's actually winning, completely winning for white, of course.
Even though I would not be surprised if Hikaru would try for the few moves, you know. I mean, simply having space advantage, and also there is such reasoning as same as we were discussing the tournament, right? I mean, bad tournament, then you say, okay, I had very good standing, I was very good on standing before the tournament started. And sometimes people come with similar reasoning, playing absolutely drawish position for a win, because according to them, that's the best position I had in the game, right? I was kind of lost or worse all the game, and then eventually when it's a kind of an equal position, why don't I play for the few moves? The equal position is the best position I had in the game anyway, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, and it sounds arrogant, right? Or as a joke, but in fact, if it's not as simple as the one we had, sometimes it works, because if you think about the psychology of the other guy. So you were worse all the game, so he was better. And now he thinks, okay, finally, I misplayed it completely, I'm mad at myself, let's agree a draw, and I don't know, go kick the chairs in my hotel room.
I'm more likely for that. I thought everyone did that. I thought it was a matter of, I was losing the whole game, I just wanted to end draw, it's great, but to get an equal position and then to keep on playing, I think you're sort of pushing your luck in a way.
Not really. I mean, if you're experienced enough, I mean, that's seriously, you can try to kind of break your opponent's psychology, because imagine, I mean, if he was winning and then kind of disappointed, mad at himself that, yeah, okay, now it's a draw. I hate this game. And then all of a sudden, you drag him and you force him to play. And yeah, and a lot of mistakes are made under such circumstances. If the position is at least a little bit, I mean, offers you at least one chance, you know, there might be well, logical to try playing. Oof.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, with all that being said, I guess it's a very good time for the players to think of what they have done and what's in front of them, and for us to take a little bit of a breather, right? I mean, I don't know what you prefer that time of a day, Jesse. I'll go with coffee, perhaps.
Oh, coffee sounds amazing right now. So we'll be right back to enjoy the final moments of the games.
Oh yeah, 8 draws, everyone. So stay tuned. 2 more to come.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Alexander Wesley, the game finished in a draw today, but it was an interesting long fight. Can you please tell what happened? Who has surprised whom in this game?
I think his rook d1 move was very interesting, the opening, because it's always a good idea to put your rook behind the queen. So maybe queen d7 was inaccurate, I'm not sure. Or like maybe in the opening I should have waited for him to play rook e1 before I played bishop e6. But yeah, it's a very, very interesting game.
How was the opening going?
I don't know. I not know about idea rook d1, but Giuoco Piano is a very playable opening, and you can try any moves. And I don't know. Today I thought that I have a big advantage, but maybe it's not. Not so.
Which moment you think you had the advantage?
When I take on d4 with bishop, take on d4, knight d4, and position looks dangerous for black because white pieces are more active, and I have an advantage on queen side, and but I don't know. Maybe Wesley protected well, and I had not a big advantage.
Yeah, it looks very suspicious because I missed this knight e3 move from far. It's very nice. We had all these rook d1 tricks, and I'm fortunate I have queen e8 or queen c8, but queen e8 probably slightly better. And then after knight f5, rook d7, white had these pass pawns, making him try c5, c6, but I think after c5 I'm holding after queen e4, so I'm very fortunate also to have this. But yeah, I think Alexander played the opening really interestingly, like also this bishop d2, and after rook d8 he takes d5. Like I didn't see this idea, but it's very interesting because after e5, queen d5, bishop e3, takes queen d7, b5. It looks like black is equalizing, but maybe white has some tricks left. But also in the opening, so bishop d2, I thought bishop e3 is also interesting for white. So in general, this idea of rook d1 is very nice. But okay, so the first time I play against Alexander, we're the same age, so very good player. Also yesterday, he won a very good game against Maxim. So I didn't know what to expect today, d4 or e4. But in general, I think it was a pretty decent game from both of us, but yes, hard to make progress. In the end, I think when I offered Robert rook d1, takes king h2, queen a4, queen c5, probably queen e8 or a5 should be equal. So yeah, I mean, Alexander was getting low on time, so I was hoping he would blunder, but after queen e3, white's position is very safe.
Yeah, you mentioned also this opening, so many different moves. I mean, I think everybody is suffering to memorize all these different consequences, variations. How do you do it? Do you have any trick to remember if he plays this knight on e7, I play this one? If
My secret is I played it with both white and black. I think also on chess.com I played it like millions of times. So all this a6, a5, and then, or a6, a4, a5, or a6, bishop a7, or bishop b6. So very interesting. But like for example, Levon Aronian played it also today against Oparin, and Levon's very good at this with both colors. But today, Grigor held very, very well.
So your trick is just to play as many games as possible with both colors, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think Alexander, you only played it like a couple of times, yeah, or a few times. This Giuoco Piano.
Yeah, yes, I played it very rare, but. Okay, I played e4 on the first, and it's. So
you still need to play a lot of games, but it's so far so good.
Sometimes you have to play well without any knowledges, and it's of course it's very well if you know anything, but how you said that it's very complicated to remember.
Yeah, but you had at least fresh mind, that's for sure. Thank you very much. It was a really nice game, and all the best in the next round.
Thank you.
The game between Levon Aronian and Grigory Aparin finished in a draw, but it was a very interesting game. This rook a3 move, was it home preparation? Rook a3.
I think it was already played by Grandelius against Howe in his match.
I was just wondering, didn't know that game?
Yeah. So I learned from the best.
But Grigory took you a lot of time actually to take on d4. Did you try to remember that game too?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have it in my file as well, but yeah, I did not repeat it before the game. I did not check my file for quite some time, and I did not remember like anything almost. So I had to figure everything over the board.
So you took the challenge and you decided to take the pawn, so how was it?
At that point I kind of have to, because if I don't take it, I think just the whole concept of black's play just doesn't make any sense.
So were you happy about the position which happened after all these consequences of moves?
Yeah, because I thought this is what I have analyzed as well, but then I think instead of g4 I should have opted for knight c8. it's a stronger option. Rook a8 and g3, and I think it's a very unpleasant position for black because he has to go g5, and then it's just he's a pawn up, but there are chronic weaknesses that I can exploit. Because in the game, what I did, I remember this, but I forgot that after b5, it gets very close. Of course, I should have taken on b5, taken on c7, a4, but that's at that point I thought that this is impossible to win, and then I started looking for something better, but rook d1, of course, is a mistake.
Grigory, was it difficult to hold this ending?
No, I mean, of course, after rook d1, it's just an immediate draw. I mean, I would have suffered a little bit after a takes b5, but like it's not much, obviously.
Okay. So thank you very much for your comment about the game. Thank you. All the best.
Okay, so we are back again. Hikaru Nakamura is facing Andrei Esipenko, and unlike previous tournament in Berlin where Hikaru won with white pieces, now he's on the defensive side, right? As we figured out, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Yeah, and this is oddly familiar since they have played before.
Yeah.
I can't remember if both of the results were drawn.
No, he won with white. He won with white.
Okay,
he won with white, yeah. Okay, and the second game, which is now at your screen, is this opposite colored ending, but with the queens on the board for Dominguez and Kema.
Yeah, was that your insert or was that the actual move?
That's an actual move, Queen F3.
Ah, so maybe he has the same idea.
Yeah, I wonder if
because I know you wanted to put the bishop on e5.
Yeah, I wonder if it works though. Let's pretend black does absolutely nothing, and then you go bishop f4 and you are checked from e1. I was initially hoping for king h3, and then kind of nothing happens, but b4 is hanging, and also somehow it doesn't feel safe. I don't know. Maybe there is nothing, but have not so good feelings about this position for whatever reason. I mean, and he kind of does the same. He doesn't move the king, but he moves the bishop, Vincent. He goes bishop d7 to c8. So now it's a little bit trickier though, because after bishop f4, if it's played, and queen e1, king h3, this one is hanging with a check, yeah? d5 pawn.
Yeah, I saw the check, but I wasn't sure what happens after king h3.
King h3.
There's no more checks.
Yeah, but d5, I mean d5 hanging with a check, yeah? Because queen b4, for instance, is possible to play, or would have been possible to play. But then in our version with the king on g8, d5 will be hanging with a check. Ah, so he starts, wait a second, no. He didn't do anything. It's just that once again the board glitched. He can start with king h3, that's my point, yeah. He can start with king h3 or even king h4.
So you don't think it would maybe be a good idea to provoke this? Unless of course he still has a win in mind and he's afraid that if he loses another pawn that maybe it's a dead draw.
You mean for black? No, black doesn't have any win in mind by that point.
I meant for white, of course, playing the playing this bishop to f4, queen e1, king h3, and going after the pawn on b4.
No, but oops. Again, I mean,
it's okay.
It's
don't worry.
not possible somehow to control it. So let's talk. Yeah, bishop f4, a check on e1, king h3. Now I'm much less sure about this because d5 is hanging with a check, as I said. Yeah, if queen b4, queen d5, I think it's white who improved because he wants more passed pawns, right? So check, and also the king is getting weak now with some more checks to come. I don't know. This I find to be dangerous for black. So if anything, I think maybe check king h3 and then, oops, what's that? What is that? Check king h3 and then just go back. Maybe that's the point. You just go back and say nothing happened, and I still attack your g4 pawn, get your bishop on e5, and you can't make progress there. But who knows if it's true, right?
Okay, so yeah, the previous position we saw, the king was on h7, so
yeah.
that was one of the moves that were made, and then of course we'll see what white decides here with... Okay, white has 23 minutes, black has 14 minutes.
That's interesting. I mean, that's only move 42. So basically, after king g3, he apparently spent 15 minutes calculating descending. I mean, what else would you... It's not that king g8 takes you 15 minutes to calculate, right? It's basically... and not any other move apart from queen f6. So this 15 minutes was spent on the decision, do I go for the opposite colors, like pure opposite colors without queens, or I don't? And he decided against it. So that already tells you something. And once again, it's a little bit of advanced psychology lesson. But then, even if you are not sure if it's winning, you can speculate, right? See, your opponent decided against it, right? So your opponent decided not to go for it. So you can speculate on queen's exchange, kind of once again hinting at him, okay, I know this is winning and you know this is winning, so I will offer you queen's exchange and you'll better move your queen away. Sometimes these kind of things work, yeah. But as for this position, I'm not sure if it cannot be won by pure kind of chess merit. It might be that it's, if the bishop ends up being on e5, like say bishop f4 and black just does absolutely nothing, bishop gets to e5, then I go queen f4, trying to get it to g5. It actually gets dangerous. It gets dangerous for black. h6
and
ideas.
There's no queen f7.
Yeah, there is, but then once again, do we know it's a draw or not? I mean, king f4, g5. I mean, we are getting the same position basically. We are getting the same position with potentially with the h pawn, the kind of h passed pawn, and the king, creating havoc over there with just taking those pawns.
And then we can pat that little b2.
Yeah, and b2, what a beautiful pawn.
Ooh,
so it might be a long game, this one. Because first, Dominguez will make sure to kind of squeeze maximum out of it, so he will be spending time. And, the tendency in such endgames is that the stronger side can basically try for as long as he likes. That's very characteristic of rooks and opposite colored bishops, when you have the stronger side. So someone's pawn up, or someone has the passed pawn and, your pawns are blocked. Or opposite colored bishops with the queens. So I would word it in such a way that as a defending side, you can achieve a draw, you can survive till your opponent offers you a draw, but you can never make a draw. There is no plan of improving the situation, right? You basically, you choose the setup and then you sit and wait. And that's very, very hard to do in practical game. So even if it holds, but, we humans, we like playing active, right? So we are exposed to all the dumb decisions that seem to be active.
Yeah, no. I completely understand, and that sounds grueling, really. I mean, to have to wait for your opponent to try and push, and then hope that it doesn't work is kind of that must be just heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's very unpleasant, and I mean, perhaps Keima in our game he didn't have a chance, but sometimes you kind of subconsciously avoid these positions, knowing simply that, this means the game lasts for 5 more hours, right? And then you'll always have to find like some good moves, defensive moves. So unless you are sure that there is a specific setup that holds, you're probably not going for it. He didn't have an option not to go for it. It's the best he could do, perhaps. F5 in this regard, I'm not sure if it was the best. Maybe I would just go F6 and try to hold it this way, sort of limiting the bishop a little bit. You know, just put the pawn on F6, and there won't be this idea with bishop on E5. So, because now we can see the difference, right? Bishop is not yet there, but if it gets to E5.
Yeah, no, 100%. And
yeah,
now he just has to wait.
Yeah.
But of course, I think he will find. So maybe this is what Domingos is thinking about. Do you ever assess your opponent? Well, basically make a move based on what you know about your opponent. Be like, okay, my opponent is someone who would go for that check. So I'm not going to play bishop F4 because I'm worried about that E1 check. Or maybe you play someone who's more of like a quiet, kind of waiting player, then you know bishop F4, and your opponent's going to play bishop D7. Then you're going to be like, okay, fine, I'm going to play bishop F4.
Yeah, well, sometimes, I mean, once again, I don't think this position is a nice illustration to that, to what you're trying to describe. But yeah, overall, yeah, sometimes you do make such decisions. Maybe at least I'm used to make such decisions. Maybe on the high level you don't really care. You just try to find the best moves and so on. But yeah, I remember sometimes like when two moves for my opponent seem to be of more or less the same value, and then of course you take into account his kind of playing profile and playing style and so on.
Yeah, I'm more likely to assess my opponent and base my move off that. Given I'm playing at like a club level, so I'm definitely more likely to do that.
Well, not necessarily. It's also on personality level. I mean, kind of your personal preferences, because some people still.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, I've specifically talked about the very best because I've never been there. I don't know, right? For other levels, like I've been 2650 Grandmaster, like for serious part of my career, right? I've been lower, much lower, and so on. Yeah, and I think it's just some people, they always try to play the pieces as Gligorich once came up with, you know, with description. I'm trying to play the pieces, not the opponent. So I look what I'm commanding white pieces. I'm playing against black army, right? So rather black moves and I move with white, and I don't care who's in front. So that's one approach. The other approach is, in my opinion, simply a little bit more clever approach. You know, taking psychology into account. If you think of Magnus, for instance, I do think he cares a lot, obviously of quality of his moves, but also about the opponent he's against.
Okay, so then maybe, you know, as a chess player, it would be to your advantage to have multiple personalities.
Yeah. And then once again, why I struggle with the top guys, because they are so good at the game, like the very best of them, that you can hardly describe the style, right? I mean, they seem to do everything good. Basically, they seem to do everything good, and then, okay, it's not the style that you care about. You care about their weaknesses, right? You think, okay, I will try to push the game in such a direction that my opponent is not good at this specific, I don't know, structures, at this specific stage of the game, and so on. But find weaknesses in Fabiano Caruana's play, for instance, right? I mean, it's not that easy. Or Wesley Saw's play. And you understand, probably good moves come first, and then the psychology. Somewhere like 5% maybe of the game is psychology.
Okay, so maybe the higher level of chess, the less psychology sort of
could be,
plays a role. Okay, I like that.
Could be this. So king to h7, basically allowing bishop f4.
King h7, because you spoke about this king h3 move, more of like a prophylactic idea to play bishop f4 and not allow this queen e1 attacking b4. But even if bishop f4 does happen in this position, isn't queen e1 still an option?
Yeah, it is. I just don't see the follow-up. So bishop e5, and the problem you have with capturing the pawn is that the queen is kind of getting too far away from the king side, and white apparently wins with queen f7.
Ooh.
So you have one check, but then very conveniently there is a little hole on h4 and the king hides there. No more checks and no way of protecting g7. And obviously black will not fall for that, right? But if he doesn't fall for that, then the question becomes, can he even play queen e1? Because the queen is sort of cut off in the final position, right? After queen e1 and bishop e5, queen has no way of returning back to e7. And maybe, who knows? Yeah, I mean, for the time being, queen f7 wasn't a threat. So we'll see. We'll see. I still think that bishop f4 was a try. With a simple logic that I don't see what else do you do.
Yeah, of course. Well, he has 14 minutes to think about it, I suppose.
Yeah. What else? What else? It could.
I have to mention though.
Yeah, tell me.
Sorry, it is the other game, but I have to mention that for some reason the engine indicates that black is much better.
The other
Not
game,
too sure what
Nakamura
that
and
means.
Esipenko. Yeah, of course. Let's go. No, but you've mentioned this already. Yeah, Esipenko was better.
Yeah, it was even a few moves ago, and he's held on to this advantage. I think given the queen trade was a possibility, something happened, and I think it was slightly more to the equal side, and now not so much anymore. I wonder where
Yeah, let's
that
look
changed.
at it. Let's look at Nakamura Esipenko if we can. Yeah. Seems like not much has changed, to be honest. So could it be
bunch of
that it's
king moves.
just yeah? I mean, I don't think it actually makes a lot of sense what the engine is saying. Yeah, black is better apparently, but so look what it was interesting. So we had this position, right? White went h4, then the series of queen moves, blah blah blah, and all of a sudden, if you look at it, it's like white went h4 and he's to move again. Right? Yeah, it's exactly
guess,
the same
yeah.
position. Yeah, well, I'll click. Yeah, move 41, you see, indicated last move h4. And then on move 44, after king g8, exactly the same position. And white is to
And
move
it's not
again.
like they were trying to make time control. They had already done it.
No, but it's the same position, but with white to move. So I think it kind of implies that there is no comfortable move for white. If Esipenko decided, he spent quite some time, and he decided to sort of pass the move to the opponent. Okay, this king h8, I don't really understand. I mean, I hope it's not a transmission glitch, because that's... So king g1, king h8. What's that supposed to mean? Why would you want it on h8? I mean, I can understand having it on g8 or h7, depending on what you want, but on h8, seriously, that's a bit of a surprise, to be honest. King h8.
I don't think it was a transmission error.
No, yeah, the king is on h8. It's just that I can't really understand what the point is.
I think he's content with the draw, perhaps.
But then you can no. I mean, if you want to draw, you can give check and go back. I mean, you can do other things. No, king h8. It's clearly an attempt to kind of confuse Naka. I don't think it has a real idea behind it, but maybe some kind of trick which I don't see for the time being. King g2. Wait a second.
I don't think he's getting very confused.
King g2. But how about, wait a second, how about bishop takes d4 now? and you take, and it's e3. And he probably calculated everything. Yeah, king f1 takes and king e2, and he stops it, or what?
You can't play knight f3.
After e3 check, you could, and maybe that's not a bad move. But then then check and e2, and at least black keeps an extra pawn. And it might be one of those scenarios where we have two games with opposite colored bishops and the queens, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I wouldn't be so sure with white if it's a draw or not, because black is just on time to go f6 and play bishop h5 and threaten queen f3. You know,
Fair enough.
It's not only about the passed pawn. Black king will be very safe, like on h7, h8. And we can't say the same thing about the white king, right? So, yeah. But obviously Naka, since he went king g2, I know him. So he's clearly provoking Esipenko. It's not, I mean, he did not blunder bishop d4. He has a plan. It's just that I'm not sure.
Has a plan,
I'm not sure what the plan is for the time being. But yeah, but he certainly has a plan.
Like to see it.
Yeah.
And over at the other board, I see there was a move made, bishop to d2.
Bishop d2 was played by Dominguez. I can't really understand what he wants, but we'll see. Yeah, so basically we've got nothing to do, Jesse. Just to wait for these guys to get into time trouble, and then things will start happening. So why don't we talk with the chat, maybe?
Yeah, you guys are welcome to ask questions. I have a question for Miro. What do you get up to in between events when you are not working?
Nowadays, you mean?
Yeah.
I seem to be always working. It's just that not all of my work is chess related. I mean, that's the thing.
Okay, that's amazing.
That's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but realistically, if we talk hobbies. Well, strangely, you know, post-COVID, like everything is online. I mean, all the hobbies you have, it's online. I mean, some silly TV series or, I don't know, maybe education. I think this e-education, online education is a big thing now, right? So, so like you can learn a lot of stuff or teach a lot of stuff.
That's very true. No, that's very, very true.
And and it seems, I mean, sometimes you're browsing through these courses and you seem to understand then to start teaching, one does not necessarily have to learn first. A lot of people teaching, you know, pardon me, but nonsense. Yeah, really.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's not about chess, to be honest. I mean, chess as well. Yeah, there are strange looking, you know, courses on chess and so on. But chess in this regard, at least it has, you know, it has sort of an objective structure. We do have ratings after all. We have titles, right? And so you can check who the person who teaches you who he is, right? But then if we are talking about these fake gurus who would give you, I don't know, investment advice or how to go to a gym properly, and his only achievement is having 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, right?
Oh no,
Yeah, I mean,
I think I have to quit my job.
No, come on. That's different. You're not you're not pushing people like teaching them stuff, right? It's absolutely different thing.
It's just a matter of entertainment, I suppose.
Yeah, it's absolutely different thing. Yeah.
No, that's very, very true. And so maybe Miro should start teaching the teachers.
Teaching the teachers. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I've almost finished with the online course on chess, right? I mean, that's in Russian, and it's already recorded, and some of it is out. But yeah, it was
that's
like
really cool.
Starting from the very beginning and then getting like more and more complex. And there's a lot of challenges, Jesse, because I mean, teaching chess online, I still don't understand how it works. I've done a lot of online lessons, seriously.
Yeah.
But to be perfectly honest, teaching chess from scratch. I mean, I can perfectly understand how do you work with someone online, right? I mean, here comes the person who has specific demand, teach me this, teach me that. This I perfectly understand. But if someone reaches out and says, teach me how to play chess, I don't know. Really? I mean, it's they say 10,000 hours or what, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And people, and the stuff that I've mentioned, that there's a lot of kind of fake gurus on YouTube and so on, that in order to make it an entertaining video, you have to claim that stuff is easy, right? I mean, get six-pack abs in a week, right? I mean, learn a guitar in 2 easy lessons and stuff like that. And it's all around the internet. And it started to, 100%. Kind of infiltrate in chess community sometimes. So you check some YouTube videos and then they say, okay, that's a great opening to play. And you're like, what? Okay, maybe.
No, everyone wants like a quick trick or quick fix to anything.
Absolutely.
Anything that cuts out like half the time or even more than half. But yeah, chat does have some questions as well. I try to put them through for the broadcast to show us as well the questions.
Yeah.
But I can start.
Bring it on.
Alrighty. Has COVID affected your performance or interest in chess?
Performance, not so much. I wasn't performing, and I'm still not performing, right? But for interest, it's mixed feelings because, well, in a way, I was streaming and I've done a lot of kind of lessons and so on and so on. But at some point you feel like the elite online events just got oversaturated. And each game of pardon me, but even each game of Magnus Carlsen dropped a bit in value. Simply because, I mean, the guy has played, 1,000 games with Alireza Elon with 1 minute time control, right? Any new day you open the database, there are 20 new Carlsen games. So it's maybe it has to be kind of separated, that there is such a discipline as online chess or e-chess, whatever you call it. And that's fun, it's cool, but not to be mixed over with, with over the board chess, which, as boomer of a person as me, considers to be real chess. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough. Shall we bring on the next question?
Yeah, sure.
So, on the top level of chess, is it possible anymore to surprise your opponent in the opening?
In the opening, but they constantly do, right? Just the magnitude of surprise is a little bit shifted, right? So it would be.
So if you play one opening all the time, and then you could possibly surprise your opponent by playing another opening that, of course, they know, but they didn't expect you to play it. There's also a matter of finding a novelty in an existing opening. So by all means.
Yeah, well, you actually touched the subject that I initially didn't think of. That, I mean, surprising kind of on a personal level. So it's maybe the wording is a little bit off. So it's not in the opening, but with the opening, right? So I always played the Petrov, and then I'm playing the Sicilian, which was the case today, right? With Yu Yang-Yi. Yeah, with Yu Yang-Yi. That's one thing, but surprising someone in the opening, so we go for the specific line, and then inevitably there will be a new move played, right? And players start thinking, and they actually someone is surprised in every single game. The thing is, like, once upon a time it used to be, new move in the Sicilian and move 7, right? It's a whole new system against the Naidov. And then by move 10, we are both on our own, right? Because the system was, I will play this, then castle long and push the pawns. I mean, that would be, kind of new idea. And now with everything being so thoroughly analyzed, the surprises are much more subtle. But also, the one thing is much more subtle, and then if the other guy knows, it might be a draw. But on the other level, I mean, when someone actually discovers a new territory, like Dubov does from time to time, right? I mean, he digs something, he comes up with novelties like on move 6, move 7. That's amazing.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing. When,
Yeah.
when like everything seems to be thoroughly analyzed, and then all of a sudden there is the guy who's just not lazy. I mean, he still keeps looking, believes in himself. That's cool.
Yeah, no, 100%. And what do chess players do when they get up from the table?
Strolling most of the time.
Sterling. But I do have to tell you, there are some developments in the game. Vincent Dominguez, or Dominguez Vincent rather,
Yeah.
and they've exchanged queens.
Oh, they've exchanged queens. Okay, that's a big news.
So that's the position that we were chatting about prior, and I think there were 2 versions of that getting to the same position. And he did end up playing Queen f6 and exchange with the f pawn. So if we can get that game up soon.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Actually, here we also have something going on, because bishop d8 is clearly played with the idea to shift the bishop to a5 and maybe get to this d2 knight and create some problems for Naka. But okay, we'll see. We'll see, but it also develops in an interesting way. But first, let's check Dominguez and Kama, because yeah, that's a big change in the position for sure.
Yeah, and it's true, Esipenko does have 2 minutes on the clock, so we will come back to that really soon. Let's check out when everyone is ready.
So what's... we are reminded of results. There's still 6 draws, yeah? Nothing has changed. Yeah, Dominguez and Kama, one more time, if we could take a look at this one. Esipenko, by the way, will be forced to move the bishop back, I believe. Could it be that we don't have the other game? No, we absolutely should have. Yeah, okay, here we are.
Yep, there we go.
Here we are. So, Dominguez and Kama.
Looks good, there we go.
So queen f6, queen take f6, gf6, and now...
But yeah, I thought king g3. I wasn't sure if king g3 or king h4.
He went king h4. Funny enough, I don't know how deep is the engine which writes the comments. Remember, I've mentioned for quite some time.
Yeah.
So there is an engine which writes comments whenever the move is played, but it was claiming that after bishop f4, white was winning. I don't believe it makes any difference, to be honest.
Okay.
So,
yeah, maybe they're just the same.
King h4, king g7. Okay.
And do you want to guess the evaluation?
I don't know. Should be plus a lot.
Plus a lot.
Yeah.
Plus 4.
Plus 4 is a lot. Plus 4 is a lot, and I think
you are accurate
and I
on
think
the nose.
white simply wins in a very schematic way. Look, I don't have to care about what black does at all. Go bishop f4. So I mean, my idea is to play g5. I will confess immediately. My idea is to play g5, force you to take, then take with the king. Okay, let's first show the idea. g5, I take with the king. The bishop is kept locked. It cannot go to this b1 h7 diagonal. Then I go what? I go probably h6 immediately, force you more or less to go to h7 and king f6, and we know the rest, right? b2 pawn plays the key role. We know the rest. Okay, but to achieve that, I have to make sure that bishop f5 doesn't save black. Because there might be the case, and it probably is the case, where black does something like this. And then he keeps shuffling with the bishop, right? And his king prevents my king from entering the position. Okay, and therefore, I will not rush with g5, because for now, black can't really get the bishop to this diagonal, right?
Okay,
g4.
so he sees this.
Yeah, so what I will do is bishop f4, and then you pass, more or less, yeah? Oops, once again, doesn't...
I was wondering, king g3, king f4.
Yeah, and then g5. Maybe.
But then the king gets to h6.
Maybe the moment.
I don't know.
You're right. It would work if you have the king on f4 ready and you play g5. But maybe king h6 exactly as the reply to king f4. No, but I think I have a plan. So we go here. Doesn't matter what black do. We bring the bishop to d8 so that f6 pawn is attacked. f5, at least we assume, always loses to g5, two connected passed pawns, too much, yeah? So f5 is never an issue, and then we play g5. Now the pawn is attacked, so there is no time, simply, to go bishop f5. So black has to take, we take, and we are back on our track, right? We can play h6, we can... Okay, I mean, it's a little bit trickier, but we can go here. Okay, and the puzzle is assembled. The king is free, king goes here, takes, goes to c5, we play b3, win. So it's a longish, longish variation, but at the same time, when you know that your opponent is basically can't really do anything, right? He has to wait. It's you develop this pattern of kind of constructing it in your head, not by calculating that I go here, he goes here, but just a schematic thinking. What I have to achieve, I have to do this. So this piece has to be there. This piece has to be there. And you don't really care how long the variation is, because you'll get there, right? Because that's the the beauty of this, or the beauty or the horror of this opposite colored bishop sending, depending on what side you are.
Yeah.
Because imagine,
that makes
imagine it's a position with queens instead of opposite colored bishops, right? It doesn't matter how many pawns you're down. You're always hoping for a perpetual check, right? With the queens. I mean, you can give checks and random and hope that one of them, after one check, then the king is locked somehow and it's a perpetual. Here, with black, you understand you absolutely have zero counterplay. So it either holds or it doesn't. But zero counterplay sounds depressing to me.
It does.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So let's see. No, but honestly, I think this wins. Just get the bishop to d8, go g5, and well, wait a second. Maybe I'm over exaggerating.
Do you think there's bishop g8?
Bishop g8, yeah, and he might be just on time. No, but after bishop g8, hang on a second.
Oh, now you have this g5.
I do. Wait a sec. Wait. Why do you keep playing this game?
I think it's because king g3 was played.
King g3 was played. Okay. Now, I think that's actually a legit way of defending. Yeah, he probably has to do this. He probably.
So maybe after bishop g8 there was no g5, or there was.
Once again,
yeah.
I'm so triggered by this.
I admire your patience right now.
Yeah, bishop d8, bishop h7. There is g5, or rather after bishop g8 we said g5. Yeah, there is g5, but he's still on time to take, and so bishop h7 to cut off.
And even after check, then there's king f7.
Yeah, to cut off this square, king h7. So ideally, black would prefer the pawn to be on h6, right? So even h6 is inaccessible. Yeah, but here, since it's the edge of the board, like if imagine we have the what's the next letter? I file, right? So ninth, vertical line here. So king goes to I7, and then pawn marches forward, right? And maybe white wins, but there is no such thing as I file. And therefore, it must be a draw. So maybe black holds, in fact. Maybe black holds, in fact. But I still wonder why it was saying bishop f4 would win. Could it be that... Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I think you found it.
Yeah, he goes for bishop e6, g8, h7. I think that's... but that's the same kind of logic with black. You think how potentially I can build the fortress, right? But then with black, you will have to answer the extra question: am I on time to build the fortress? Right? You're not guaranteed to be on time. King f4, beautiful, because now if you go bishop g8, white has an extra option of going king f5.
Okay.
And then you can't really give a check because I will infiltrate, right? You can try to hold me by doing this, but then g5 happens. No check because g6, and when you take, I take back. And I think this is winning because now the king is getting to e5 and d6, right?
This is brilliant.
Yes, I think
I'm
this is
learning
winning.
so much right now.
So that's a weird situation.
So what happens? What happens after? What was I looking at? Is it just like a? So there's no other move.
Yeah,
There's
there
like
might be.
King H7 or
Wait a
something.
second. But you were. It was you to point out this. I think that this might be holding, Jesse. King h6 to stop g5. Maybe this is the key. Maybe you have to go king h6. But then again, what's the next thing you do? It's not clear. Yeah, I'll probably win anyway. Bishop e1, bishop h4, attack this, force the king back, go g5. Yeah, it's so depressing for black, really.
Yeah. No, 100%, because I saw this bishop e1, bishop h4, and then as you went on and you were speaking, I actually forgot about the idea.
Yeah,
but then when you mentioned, I was like, yes,
no,
that's the one.
But you're right. Yeah, king h6 might be a good chance, kinda. What else can he do? I'm not sure. Wait a second. So Lengyer, if he wins, he ruins the whole theory of 8 draws today. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's for the good.
That's not a bad thing.
Maybe it's for the
he'll
good.
be on 2 out of 2 though.
Yeah. For him.
Yeah.
And remember what we were talking. So the other game finished in a draw. So not only he will be on 2 out of 2, he'll have 1 point lead, which is huge, right? So that'd be a big statement to simply say, I'll qualify, guys. I mean, there won't be any tie breaks in our group. I'll just, I'm on +2, so my task is to make all draws, and that's it.
And just to remind those wondering, the time situation in the Nakamura Esipenko game, it's 9 minutes for Nakamura and 40 seconds for Esipenko.
I'll actually suggest let's go there, because here for now it seems to be, we figured out what's going on.
A done deal.
Yeah, we figured out what's going on, and let's check what Nakamura and Esipenko are doing, because Esipenko is very low on time, but possibly has found the way to improve. Or did he? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, okay. For a change, we can see Nakamura thinking, not Esipenko. Okay, so he returns to the same idea, apparently. There've been a moment, remember, he went bishop d8, Naka goes queen f8, and the point is that if you attack the knight, which I think was the original plan, to attack the knight on d2, then you are running into f6. I think that's the thing. You are running into f6 and g7 is hanging. If you take, it's queen h6 with a check. That's ugly. You don't want to do this. So he went back.
I think if we had to fast forward all the moves and see them all at once, well, the last couple of moves, I think it would be quite a dance, don't you think? The queens are dancing, the kings are going.
I agree. Yeah.
But I know it's a matter of just maneuvering and waiting for something to happen, right?
Sometimes you won't even be able to tell. I mean, sometimes in such games, the stronger side all of a sudden stops and starts looking at the score sheet, because there's been so much maneuvering that you might think, okay, maybe that's a threefold already. Maybe we had this position, and maybe a couple of times. I just don't remember, right? Because we kept shuffling, like king there, queen there, and so on. Yeah, so bishop d8, kind of second attempt to go for bishop a5 and stuff. Is it any different, though, to... I don't see, to be honest. Is it any different? I mean, queen f8, doesn't it work? It probably does. So bishop a5, f6, absolutely the same way.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's a little threat. And then when you take, Wait a second.
Maybe just bishop h6.
Yeah, bishop h6 was my original idea, but then I realized the king can try to run and might do so successfully, like king f5 and so on. And then, so instead of bishop h6, there is a plan B, which is give a check and take this guy. And when black, when black captures, you have a check, and then take d2, and maybe you survive like that. But that's no, I shouldn't be talking about surviving, because white just straight up has a perpetual check if he needs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, back. Naka still thinking. Knowing Nakamura, I'm guessing. Could it possibly be that he's thinking of winning this game? And winning this game not because white is better or anything, but it's clear that his opponent kind of struggles and not yet abandoned the idea to play for a win himself, right? So you could try to look for the variation that looks attractive for black, but in fact white has some counterpunch. And then just go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Maybe it's going to work.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, not knowing Nakamura, maybe he's thinking about his Twitch chat back home.
Yeah, okay. Now, Queen of 8, well...
Well, there we go, we have it.
Yeah, so that's a critical one, because bishop f6, queen c5 would be position repeated for the second time. Okay, actually played pretty quickly. And queen a8 once again, so Esipenko keeps shuffling for now.
Yeah, and 100% Hikaru will know if this position had repeated itself before.
It did, but only once. Okay, this haven't been yet here. Yeah, so after h5 and king g1, that's one thing. That's second time, right? But then queen a8 instead of bishop d8, so already a slight deviation. But how do you ever make progress if white just stands, like king g2 or king f2, whatever? Yeah, queen b5. Just keep the bishop under attack. Also having a little naughty idea of coming queen e2 there, attacking h5, and then you'll have difficulties defending. I mean, you'll have to go g6, which kind of...
Ouch.
Yeah, g6, I mean, it's not terrible, but it allows white to open up the king a little bit, right? So just in case, queen b5, king back to g8.
It does look
king back to g8, yeah. I think that'll be a draw after all. It's interesting what Nakamura is thinking about. I thought by that point, apparently we are missing something in this, kind of some big idea in this position, because I thought by that point you just establish some sort of a setup, and then you just go for it all the time. And in reality, we witnessed the opposite, right? Like he had the king on f2, then for some reason he goes king g2, and so on. So it seems that he kind of tries to avoid something, which I don't know what it is. Not easy to tell.
Yeah, someone in chat said Esipenko really wants that win.
Yeah, absolutely. For Esipenko, hang on a second, he finished second, right? So he must have how much? 4 points. He only needs a... Yeah, there is still a theoretical possibility for Esipenko, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
If he
wins the entire thing, and he will have 17 points then.
He'll be in second.
And yeah, to get the second place. There is a lot
who's
of...
in second right now?
Right now
Naka.
is Hikaru, yeah. Hikaru. So that means if Esipenko wins and then Hikaru is not second in the group, it's too many ifs, of course. It's not happening.
There's a lot of ifs.
It's not happening, but you know.
As opposed to each their own. You have to focus on your own sort of positioning first.
Yeah, but as long as you keep theoretical chance, right? I mean, of course you keep trying. I mean,
100%.
yeah. I mean, especially in a situation like that. I mean, if it's a round robin, and let's say just a simple round robin, no qualification, right? And you have a theoretical chance for the first, or you can play reasonably and guarantee yourself, I don't know, placement like third, fourth place, upper half of a table, nice cash prize. Then it depends. I mean, some would try to win the tournament, some would be settled for like being solid, you know. Here, being solid equals not, I mean, being out of the competition. So there is no point in being solid, right?
Yeah.
You only need the first to win the group in order to qualify further. And in Esipenko's case, you need to win the entire thing and pray for the best. Okay,
Wow.
so what's
Alright.
going on?
I'm confused. I'm confused if we may jump to Vincent's game
Yeah,
quickly.
we absolutely
Okay.
need to.
Okay.
Even
so
though,
when everyone's ready?
yeah, Esipenko is on seconds, but yeah, can we switch to the other game? I think Esipenko's game will end up being just a draw. He will keep like making move in the last moment and won't find a way to improve. So we'd like to check the other game if possible, yeah?
Yes, please. I mean, Dominguez is on seconds at the moment, and there's been a repeat of.
So
Well, there hasn't been a repeat.
So he didn't yet come up with a winning plan or what?
Not
Bishop
yet.
d5. What was that?
Oh,
Because I've seen the arbiter. I've seen the arbiter. I thought maybe they've agreed a draw, but no. The arbiter just brought up new score sheets. I think it's move
Okay,
56. Yeah, by move 60, the usual score sheets that I used at that tournament, they are running out of space, right? So there are 60 moves on
Yeah.
the score sheet.
there was 13 seconds on the clock. Sorry, there's a mosquito here somewhere, and I'm very afraid of mosquitoes.
I don't see it.
yeah,
Yeah,
so-
I don't know.
No, there was 13 seconds on the clock for him.
For
but
him,
I think it's a
for
win.
Dominguez, you mean?
For Dominguez, yes, but I think it's a win
We still
now.
don't have this game. I mean, regrettably.
Yes, we will.
I wonder if I should. Yeah, but there'll be a lot of stuff in. I can't even switch the analysis board because I thought it might make sense that we have one game on the camera and the other one on the analysis board. But
Yeah.
you know,
Just try to edge our producer guy to change. Don't worry. Hopefully we will have it
Okay.
soon. There we go.
okay. So here, so it's a different passed pawn, but kind of the same mechanism. One would think.
Both coping.
Yeah. So how did it came about? Check, king f4, bishop f7. Okay. So the trick here, if I got it right, that they both thought g6 would not win. Yeah, and then I cannot really do anything again. There was a moment where white could have played g6, right, after bishop f7. And this is two connected passed pawns after all, but maybe he was not winning. So instead, Dominguez preferred this. So he keeps the f6 pawn, and then he tries to come up with the same plan. Like the king walks all the way to b6, captures the a6 pawn. That's the moment where black is supposed to get the bishop on c. But wait a second, is it that simple? No, I think now he's no longer winning.
Why?
Because I just do this.
Oh, and he's protecting one of them.
Yeah, and then I do this, and then I wait.
Oh, I see.
Maybe.
But isn't there a chance because then you play f7 at the right moment and you just capture the pawn
But
on?
that's one pawn. It's not enough, right? So you do this. I'm shuffling, and you do this, and I'm shuffling, and at some point you'll have to play f7, right? Or
the king can come around
yeah.
to f8?
Okay.
And probably
The bishop,
not.
yeah, it was. It's just that once again, the silly board kind of stopped working.
I understand.
Yeah, you're actually absolutely right with the idea that king can try to reach there. It's just that black is just on time with bishop h5 or bishop g6, depending on where the bishop is. Yeah, and I'm stopping you. Yeah. So this thing being done right should be king to c6, and then I probably should be clever with black and put the bishop on c4, because I wanted to provoke b3 to win it later, but maybe it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, white can wait. White can wait, white can pass, or king c5, so it doesn't matter. I will have to move. f7,
and
this,
F7.
and takes, yeah. And originally, I thought to claim that this is just a draw.
But the thing is, the king is cut off from the light squares. Like d7 and c6 are completely whites, and then you can just play king c7, and there's no way for the king to get there.
Wait a second. So this,
king
right?
c6.
King c6. But what do you do next? I'm wondering.
King c7.
No, king c7. I think it's just a draw, no? No.
Right,
wait
okay.
a second. I mean, this and this.
Or maybe you play
This and this.
Oh, I see.
And this is not necessarily a draw yet, because
I
there might
suppose
be
you can just push
tsux
the pawn
ones,
and
right?
Yeah.
There might be tsux, or not really, no.
Because you can never really push the
you
pawn.
can
the
push
bishop
it
can just
to
go up and down.
d6, yeah, but you cannot
That's
cannot simultaneously attack the b pawn. What we need is to attack the b pawn and be threatening d7. So this is...
Or you can stay on c6, I suppose.
Yes, exactly. So you stay on c6, you go d5, and now...
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's not your fault, obviously. But I really think we have to change the software, because it's like it's impossible. Alrighty, and he finds maybe possibly a better way, because he brings the bishop back to e8 even quicker. Yeah, now you can go bishop e8. Now it's a big question if white wins at all. Maybe he does. Maybe he does, because there is still gonna be some zugzwangs like that. So you go over here. Maybe he doesn't. I mean, I can't really wrap my head around it. It's better just to watch, you know. It's better just to watch.
Yeah, we can just grab some popcorn and relax and sit back.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think still, like, even if he ends up not winning, there is a strong feeling the original endgame, the moment they've swapped the queens, must be winning. I mean, I don't know why, but I do believe that.
I think so too. So this bishop d8 was then much stronger than his first idea?
Well, if it worked. I mean, I'm still not sure if he was on time to do that. But that's a very interesting endgame anyway. I mean, simply even this idea that b3 wins, right? I mean, the importance, to understand the importance of a second b pawn, which at first glance might seem irrelevant, right? The b pawn is blocked, so it doesn't matter how many I have. But yeah, that's...
So lesson of the day, everyone. Always keep an extra b pawn in your pocket.
If you can, yeah. Alrighty, so king f7. I'm looking for some sort of a zugzwang, like, let's agree on this. King, I don't know where the king is going. Let's say c7, king e6, and I thought I can wait, but then you just move the bishop because the b pawn is not hanging. And in this case, maybe this is your zugzwang, yeah? No, this is not. This is not, because bishop d7, and the only way you're improving is to go f7, but then returning to what we were analyzing, Jesse.
That's the same thing, yeah?
That's even better for black. That's even better for black, because now the bishop is in the right diagonal. So I will not be...
But even I have a feeling that after king c7, for instance, then you get your d6, and once the bishop moves away from d7, so you just push the pawn.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I'm sure we will get the same position though.
Yeah, we will. And I will do it, I mean, kind of immediately now, just as a rage, you know.
Deep breaths,
Yeah,
deep breaths, Miro.
this, check, here, this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so your
There we
idea
go.
was to get the pawn on d6, right?
Yes, the king will be on c7.
King d5.
believe.
So I go here, I wait. King c7, I wait.
Yes.
Okay, you
King
wait.
c6,
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
you
yeah.
get it
Okay,
here.
there we go.
You get it here.
Mm.
Yeah, the problem is you either threaten d7 or attack b6, right? Or attack b5. If
But
you
from
wait, I
c6.
move. Yeah, you go to c6, and I have a check. If, let's say, you'd be able to pass the move here, that would be a Zugzwang. Like, if black is to move in this position and bishop takes c6 is for some reason impossible, if you have to play other move, then you have to move the bishop and I take the pawn, right? Or you have to move the king, I take the
Right.
bishop. But the problem is that it's illegal, right?
Okay,
So, in fact,
that is sad.
here, king c6 would have won if it would be a legal move. After king c6, it's a Zugzwang. Funny enough, yeah. But so that's why I was trying to get the king to c6, like in those previous lines, so that it would attack the b5 pawn and threaten d7 at the same time. Yeah, and I think we are getting this. And after all, there is a prophet from the chat who was claiming 8 draws.
Yes, this prophet is actually a mod on my channel.
Oh well, brilliant. So you know whom to
Yes.
ask for the predictions. Yeah, is there any filthy betting on chess by chance? By chance?
I hope not. I hope not. Oh, there's a result. There's a result. Nakamura and Esipenko agreed on a draw.
Agreed on a draw. Well,
after all,
not a big surprise. Yeah. Not a big surprise. It's a draw. Well, maybe a missed opportunity for Esipenko, but we haven't seen anything clear, right? Unlike the last round game of the previous tournament that we were talking about, yeah, when Esipenko was completely winning at some point and the engine was going crazy, like +4, +5, something. Yeah, here there wasn't anything clear. He clearly had the advantage. That much we know, but there wasn't like clear-cut path to win.
No, that's very true. I'm just looking at the quick moves made in the last game that remains, but of course it's always nice to see the players discuss over the board and look up to the ceiling, be like, yes, this was the answer. Yeah, they have ended chat. Thank you so much for letting us know that there was a result. And yeah, both players are on 2 minutes on the remaining board. And I think they're both sort of coming to terms with the result as well, knowing that. I mean, it was so interesting. It was so interesting knowing that there was a chance there for Domingos to push on the king side, getting that pass pawn, sort of tying the king down and having that b3 move. I think that even though it didn't exist, it's still the highlight, I think, so far in this tournament.
Now, and you know what? I'm still not convinced. Yeah, I'll check this endgame as soon as the game will finish, because
no, somehow it's like it's plus 0.5.
Which one? I mean, no, the final one, I don't care. It's a draw. It's an obvious draw.
Yes.
No,
yes.
I mean,
but when we were discussing it was +2. It was +2. So there was something.
When we swapped the queens, when we swapped the queens, I think it must be winning, but
yes, it was +4.
But
no, it is much higher.
You see, engine is not very reliable, it seems. It doesn't understand fortresses very well. We need to teach it endgames. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Well, maybe +4 is a little bit too much, I would agree, right? But there are like examples, like the queen against the rook, for instance.
I remember.
Yeah, like it could give like crazy valuations, but shuffle around without making any progress. So it's not always reliable, strangely enough. Yeah, you would expect, of course, the engine to be dominant, especially in the endgame, because you can basically calculate everything till the end, right? but not really,
Yeah.
strangely enough. Yeah, okay, but now I think it's gonna be a draw, and assuming it's a draw, let's talk how dramatically the situation changed in every group after today's round. I mean, like
I don't know if you're being funny or not.
nothing has changed, obviously. I mean,
There's been so much peace. So much peace.
No, in terms of new leaders in the groups, you know, some people extending their lead and so on and so on. Yeah, come on, guys. If it's 8 draws, nothing has changed.
Dominguez almost extends his lead in his section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
King B6. Okay, I mean, he's trying to make some...
Well, no one has drowned in the pool this round. Everyone is kept afloat.
Strange triangulations. Okay. But what's the... Is this some... No, I mean, it's never a tilted one, yeah. There's always a move, yeah. There's always a move. Okay, basically what he's hoping for, yeah, so if, let's say, black goes bishop d7, that's my guess, yeah? If black goes bishop d7 instead of king e6, then he is lost after king c7, I'm guessing. Because now if you return back, it's king d6 and the d pawn's lost.
Ah, yes.
So you will have to leave like this, and then king c6 attacking both pawns. And if you go king e6, now f7, it wins not the pawn, but the whole bishop. Yeah, but it's
Yummy.
Of course like too naive to hope for. And yeah, Keima easily kind of avoids this trap, and king a7, I don't know, seems too clever to me. And now maybe get the king to a8 just for the history, you know.
Indeed.
Yeah,
indeed.
but that's
So
not
now
very,
it's just
you
the-
know, honestly, that's not much of a game from now on. Or,
there's just a repeat of moves.
wait a
think?
second, what's the...
You think this will happen if king f... No. No,
King
never mind. Sorry.
F7. No, but nothing happened. Yeah, I was
Preemptive
no, seriously.
gasp.
Seriously, I was also. I kind of thought, okay, is it really
Is that happening?
happening? Yeah,
Yeah.
but no. No, the thing is.
Well, he's hoping for it.
Yeah, the thing is, like, he's making those triangles kind of... no, okay, so he goes for f7, finally.
Okay.
Finally, so there is...
He'll probably bag the d pawn instead of the b pawn,
Yeah,
so he'll take
absolutely.
with the king here.
He'll take with the king, yeah, because b pawn's there too, right? I mean, why would you give your opponent 2 passed pawns instead of 1? So you probably...
They're on top of each other, but yes.
Yeah, but still, yeah.
It matters.
I think
agree.
you take with the king, and then after king d5, you go... Well, perhaps you just go for the setup that I was looking for. But who knows? Who knows?
With that bishop.
Yeah, he takes with the king. Yeah, king d5 obviously is what you play. Oh, wait a second. Is it that obvious? Can it be something out of this world clever like king d6? And did he do this? Yeah, he
did.
does.
He did.
And if it...
What is the...
The point
what
is
is
like
the
you're
point?
in a Zugzwang, and you'll have to play... Well, if this wins, it's just amazing. King f8, yeah. No, well, the thing is clear, right? Like, bishop's not moving. If you go something like king g6, you are just moving in the wrong direction, right? So king g6, king d5,
Right.
and you will not be on time to set up this thing with bishop d7, king e8.
Yeah.
So interestingly, king f8 might be the only move, I want to say. And then you keep... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, check and bishop g5, okay. After that, you do what? You wait again, right? And then after king f7... I mean, I'm getting confused. Yeah, I'm getting confused. No, you can't do this because bishop f... I'm confused, Jesse.
Me
Genuinely
too.
confused.
I think he offered a draw. There we go. We have a shake of hands and the they've gone for a draw
he
there.
decided to capture on d5, realizing it's a draw because, yeah, the same setup with bishop d7, king e8 still works.
So you realized that.
Wasn't the easiest.
Wow.
Wasn't the easiest day because.
We had some hard rushes there. We were really close to some decisive results. But honestly, with the 8 draws, yes, it looks like a bunch of peace. But there were some exciting games to note today. Even the analysis, I feel like I've learned a lot in terms of endgames. So thank you, Miro.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. Once again, let's try to recall. Let's try to sum up what was happening. There've been quite a few games that sort of didn't play out till the logical conclusion, like Dubov with Mamedyarov, for instance. It was quite an early repetition with a lot of pieces on the board, right? And there have been quite a few, but mostly like Aronian's idea. I think Aronian Oparin is actually an interesting game in terms of like he came up with an interesting opening idea, which you don't see that often.
Okay.
And
Oparin,
then what else? Okay, Nakamura, Esipenko. I'm still not sure if Esipenko could have kind of broken through. And this endgame, of course, yeah. This endgame, still, I would like to check if he was ever winning Dominguez. That is.
Yeah. No, Miro will be having this endgame for dinner tonight.
Yeah. Well, speaking of dinner, it's getting quite late, right? I mean,
yes, it is. But do we have the results ready? I really like the little graphics that they show at the end.
We do have. It's under our cameras, right? The results today are not very hard to.
I like it.
Yeah, not very hard to memorize or to comprehend.
I have to zoom in.
Draws everywhere. Draws everywhere. So what's left? So tomorrow, round 3, and sort of the end of a first half of double round robins, right? So we can easily deduct who's playing whom. It'll be Esipenko with Aronian, Esipenko having the white pieces, right? And it will be Oparin with Nakamura. I think Oparin white, Nakamura black, yeah. And okay. So now, since we have the results on the screen, I don't think we have a chance to talk other pairs. But yeah, there will be other pairs as well. Everyone will play somebody.
I can let you know. I can let you know that Mamedyarov is playing white against Dominguez tomorrow, and Vincent Kamer is playing white pieces against Daniel Dubov, and that's the second group. And then we have Pool C, where Wesley So will be playing white against Maxim, and Sam Shanklin will be playing white against Alexander Predke. And in Group D, we have Yu Yang playing white pieces against Amin Tabatabai, and Anish Giri playing white against Nikita Vitigov.
Okay, so we have in fact absolutely identical situation in every single group. So we have the leader. Well, I'm not sure if absolutely. I think it is, in fact. Like all the leaders, just look. I mean, all the leaders. Let's double check. So what did I say? Aronian black against Esipenko, right? Dominguez black against Mamedyarov. Correct?
Yes.
Then Predke black against Sam Shankland. Again, yes, and Nikita Vitigov black against Anish Giri. So all the leaders have black pieces in the last round, last round of the first half, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And they are playing with someone who's half a point behind. So if any of them lose, that means kind of the person who beats him becomes the leader, and it's identical situation in all 4 groups. Which is not a big surprise.
That was almost like the whole symmetry of the first round, where it was like a win, a draw,
win,
a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the symmetrical situations are expected when it's like the round full of draws. So yeah, you can't really expect a lot of asymmetrical results, right? It's basically been one result in each group only after
That's true.
2 rounds.
I think if we still have the scene at the end of the tournament, Miro, we have to try and do like a high five. I think it's only fair.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. And I do, if we kind of to sum up today's broadcast, right? I mean, I think there was it's a biggest highlight. I mean, Mr. Dodgy mentioned on the stream and also kind of being, I mean, his question being on the screen and so on. No, but seriously, it's very nice that we have kind of interactions with the chat. I really love it this way. So I encourage everyone who's watching, come up with questions, chess related, non-chess related, whatever, mostly chess related, of course.
Ask him all the crazy questions, chat.
Yeah. Okay, and I think we are good for now, yeah?
Sounds good.
Right, so thanks very much for watching. It was round 2? Was round 2 of FIDE World Chess Grand Prix, and that'll be it, yeah?
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Anish, this is your first time during the Grand Prix before you were playing in Belgrade, and how do you like taking interviews standing so far?
No, so far so good. Unfortunately, my start here is less impressive than in the previous Grand Prix, but I still have a lot of games to go. So in that sense, interviews are always better to give them after you win. So hopefully I'll get to do that.
Yeah, this is what I wish you too as well. And what do you think about the pairings, having so many players to be facing yet again, almost same group?
Yeah, this is really remarkable because there's a 25% chance you play the same player. So that you face 2 of them, that is a lot less. That is like under 10%. So that's very unlikely to have happened, and it did happen. So it's quite remarkable. Yeah, Amin and Nikita Vitsugov are again in my group. I was I had to chuckle when I saw that already. When the first Grand Prix wasn't finished yet, I saw that pairing and I thought like, wow, this is a remarkable coincidence. But yeah, good players and good fights so far.
So you're like having the 4 round-robin tournaments with them in a row.
Yeah, almost. Hare Krishna got replaced by Evgenij, but it is really remarkable to play, let's say, like 4 games of chess against Amin and 4 games of chess against Nikita in such a short time span. Like, it's a little random, of course, but sure. I mean, why not?
Right, and here there are 2 places to qualify for the candidates. Do you think Richard Robert has already guaranteed himself one, practically speaking?
Yeah, they said some 99 point something %, though there are scenarios, I guess. I think he even has a good tie break as well, even if people catch him. So yeah, he's in a good position. He's done the good thing. So he won. He qualified from group twice and won one of the 2 events, which is what you need normally to qualify. And so I do expect him to make.
Wesley, welcome back to Berlin. It's nice to see you here again.
Yeah, I'm very glad to be here and like to thank FIDE, also World Chess, and all the people who made this event possible with the war that's going on in Russia and Ukraine. Things are very complicated for us, but I think FIDE is doing a good job making sure that the tournaments happen, that the players are happy.
Is that the coincidence that you're wearing blue and yellow colors today?
Yeah, this is the same shirt that I wore in the youth championship when I wore it. But yeah, in general, we have we fully support Ukraine. And my mom and I were walking yesterday, and we saw a lot of flags and a lot of toys in general from the people in Ukraine. And there's a lot of rally here also in support of the no war. So also on Facebook and also interviews, we fully support what's happening in Ukraine. And I think in the 21st century, no one wants war anymore, because there will be no chess, first of all, and also there will be no businesses. And no one wins in the end in the war. People are just dying. And I am a big fan of World War I and World War II history. I like histories. And what I see is happening now is the same thing that's happening in 1939. And it's very sad. So the Grand Chess Tour starts in a couple of months, and the first leg is in Romania, I believe, and then Poland afterwards. So I'm hoping that in a couple of months we'll have a clear view of what's happening in the world. But yeah, as Alexander Grischuk said, it doesn't matter right now.
Do you also have an opinion regarding recent ban of Karakin from competitive chess?
Yeah, I saw what he's been writing on Twitter. I don't know, I have nothing to say against Sergey, but I think he's lost his mind in the last couple of months.
But do you think it's proper to, let's say, judge a sportsman according to his own personal opinion?
Yeah, I think so, because he's using his platform, and he's using his fame. And this is not just about political opinion, but it's about killing of innocent civilians and innocent Ukrainians. And so my mom probably knows a bit more about it, but it's not just about politics at the moment. This is war on terror.
Wesley, getting back to chess and to your own career, you've always, you've many times mentioned that God has helped you to achieve some great results in your career. Does he also sometimes help you to find some great moves on the board?
Yeah, I think it's not just about my career. I mean, it's my job and all that. But in general, I believe God has a plan for everybody, and I think right now I'm in the process of maturing. I always ask him like why he's not letting me win more and all that. But I think I need a lot more discipline, and I need to grow up and to be an adult in order to get these good results. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Right now I'm just very happy to be alive and to be healthy and doing well. But with my chess, there are a lot of things that need improvement. I always look at Magnus games and wonder why it's so easy for him to win and so difficult for me to get points.
And the last question, you're saying that you have so many goals in front of you yet to achieve chess-wise. Would there be some ultimate goal that would let you say, okay, I've achieved what I wanted, it's enough, and I'm retiring from competitive chess?
Yeah, I'm only 28. I've thought about that, but I think I'm a bit too young to do that. I've been playing chess professionally for 7 years at least, since I quit college. But I think it's a bit early at the moment. If World War III starts, then sure, I have to quit chess. But right now there's still plenty of tournaments, Grand Chess Tour, where I'm the defending champion, also tournaments online. So I've definitely thought about it, but I think I'm still too young.
Really like your advice. So thank you so much, Wesley, and I wish you to concentrate on chess as much as it is possible nowadays.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I hopefully I can play like Magnus one day.
Hopefully.
So far we have quite peaceful round, and it's a 7th draw actually. So how was it happening? How was it going today?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I guess I tried to get something interesting after yesterday. But I mean, I think objectively, the problem is it's too easy for black to play for the most part. I think basically we play around these two squares, e5 and e4, and I mean, at some point I thought I should just maybe trade some knights on c6, maybe make some draw, but I didn't really want to, and so I just kept playing. And I mean, this whole idea, I think, with b4 and knight a4 was just insane. I mean, I think it was completely crazy, but I wanted to play, and yeah, and then after that I was struggling, but I mean, it was kind of funny because it was similar to the previous game, I think, in a way where Andre had a much better position, and then somehow at the end, like, it actually I started for a second to think that maybe I could try and win once these bishops get traded on f6, but okay, it's nothing special.
Yeah, how was it for you today, Andre?
Yeah, really tough game. I think after the opening I had some problems. But then after the opening, I think I was close to big advantage, I think, at some point maybe. Yeah, but I don't know how actually. Yeah, and after this, when I had time trouble, I was very nervous not to lose because it would be really bad for the tournament. Yeah.
What was the most critical moment for you in that game?
Critical moment, I think.
A few of them.
When I played a5, I think I couldn't understand how worse I am, or even if not worse, maybe even a little bit better. So I played a5, and after that I realized that probably my position should be better. Yeah, and after this, I don't know. Yeah.
How difficult it was to try to crack at the end the position of white?
Yeah, I didn't know how to break it until Hikaru played f5. But after this, I thought maybe I had some chances, but it's still probably drawish.
Hikaru, what you will try to do now that, let's say, after 2 games, how do you feel about your shape in general?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I slept maybe 2 hours last night, so I'm very tired right now. So, yeah, I mean, I have other things to worry about. I'll put it that way.
Do you mean jet lag at the moment, or what happened? Why only 2 hours?
Yeah, other things. Yeah, other things I'll talk about it, in a few days. But I mean, okay, I think you try to play good moves, and I mean, I think there were 2 critical moments. This moment Andre played b5, and I have this bishop h4, and then probably around this time that he plays a5. I mean, those are two moments. But also then this f5, g3 h4. I didn't want to do it. I thought I'd just sit and make the draw, but I kind of didn't. Somehow I just didn't want to just leave the pawns on like f4 and g3 and just wait like this. So I tried to be creative with this f5, which, I mean, okay, maybe it's nothing, but I mean, it definitely is not the practical way of approaching the situation. So yeah, but you take it one game at a time.
Yeah, for sure. I wish you to have better sleep in the next night and solve all your problems and just focus on chess. Thank you very much. Thank you.